Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Hello. Oh, Lord. I'm not having a hot flush. It's a power surge. Okay? That's all it is. It's nothing more. I refuse to admit that it is a hot flush. Good morning. I have a fan on. I shall be right in a minute. Good morning, all. Welcome in. Thank you for joining me. And I apologise for being late. I've been standing in front of a fan for 10 minutes trying to not fog up my glasses. Not particularly successfully, but that is life, as they say it. Happy Freaky Friday. Who's getting it on? Anybody? Not me. I'm getting it on here. All right. So the last couple of streams, we had a bit of a break from the trials because I did a bit of coverage on the Hurricane Milton, which I completely, absolutely, 100% schmozzled from the start. I initially set the stream when I was watching the weather report, and I noted the time that it was to hit landfall in Tampa Bay. I set my stream time for 2 hours prior, so I thought that I could perhaps, either keep some alerts going on the weather, let people know what's going on, So I joined the stream and I click on, I'd saved all of these great weather channels, storm chasers, you name it. Had them all lined up, ready to go. And I'm like, did she say 1 p.m. or 1? I was 12 hours too early. They had told me 1 a.m. it was going to make landfall, and I'd miscalculated it, the time zones, because I'm in Melbourne. Dickhead number one. So then I recalculated it, went back to bed because I'd been up all night setting up the stream. Stuffed up the times again and missed it by about 2 hours. Never mind. But I was lucky enough to have one of our fabulous subscribers, Udhef, who is actually a resident down in West Palm Beach in Florida, and has lived down there for a long time. And he basically came online and came onto the stream to explain exactly what was happening down there, which was fantastic. Luckily for him, once it sort of hit Tampa Bay, it diverted sort of to the left and more inland up towards Orlando and Jacksonville, which was away from him. He's on the east coast of Florida. So he, I don't know if you've seen my short, but he hadn't particularly paid that much attention to any of the news reports because he's lived in Florida his whole life, pretty much his whole life. And a hurricane is a hurricane for him. It's not an unusual occurrence. So, he said he didn't really pay much attention to it, got home from work. The sun was still shining, so he went fishing. Yeah. But he was very, very lucky. He didn't have any damage done whatsoever. And obviously, they build their premises to a certain code, as far as structurally to deal with that. Not that makes it any easier to deal with. What he said was the worst thing, and what they didn't expect was the little microcells of tornadoes that cropped up And they did the damage because they just occurred really quick and zoomed through. And he said he drove to his girlfriend's place, no problems. Once he got there, one hit, and then by the time he drove back, he said the road was covered with, semi trailers upturned, big, D double, the big ones. So yes, he was very, very lucky. So that was that, and because I'd pretty much spent 2 days sitting at my computer, I didn't stream last night. I apologise. So we're doing catch up today. Well, it's not really catch up. It's the last day of the 911 murder trial, and the state has rested. This is the defence's case. They're starting their case in chief now. It's not it's a few hours, and then apparently we have verdict. So it'll be a nice one. And then I'm going to do a sleep stream with the day 4 of the burned husband trial. And by sleep stream, I mean I'm going to have it running whilst I'm watching through my eyelids. May as well stream it overnight and make use of it. I pay enough for the software. All right. So let's get to it, shall we? Let's bring up our stage. So this is day 3. And I'm in the wrong one. That's better. We have it boosted. We have our CCs. Oh, wrong one. And there it is. Go.
Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Stephen Quick,
And where are you employed?
Bay County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Bay County Sheriff's Office?
Roughly 3 years, 4 years.
And where were you employed prior to that?
Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you with the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office?
About 5 years.
Now, I want to talk to you about September 8th of 2021. Were you employed with Santa Rosa at that time?
Yes, sir.
And did you respond to a call out that day?
Yes, sir.
Where did you respond to?
I don't remember the address off the top of my head.
Okay. Did anybody else respond with you? Any other deputies?
Yes, sir. Deputy Hartbarger.
Deputy who?
And who did you make contact with
Hartbarger.
when you arrived there at that location?
It was Mr. Collin.
And where was he located?
He was seated in the garage when we walked up the driveway.
And where did Deputy Hartbarger go?
He went to the front door and went inside.
Did you ever enter the residence?
No, sir.
Other than the
garage.
Other than the garage, the interior residence, did you ever go inside?
No, sir.
Oh, so I didn't do an overview. I'm sorry. It's been a few days for me too. I'm thinking, what was this trial again? Okay, so this is Bree Kuhn, who was she was a chief petty officer in the US Navy, and her husband was a Marine. His name, Michael, is it? No, Clint. Oh. Colin, there we go. Colin, sorry, Colin. Yes, so apparently both, he had apparently suffered an acute brain injury at some point, but in the videotapes of him, there doesn't seem to be anything that would indicate to me that he had an ABI. His speech was fine, his cognition was fine, balance was fine. There was nothing that, if I didn't know any better, I would not have known anything. And she has suffered from apparently PTSD and suicidal ideation, and she was currently in an intensive outpatient treatment program with the Navy. Now, there's lots of an argument ensued, and I think they did have quite a volatile relationship between them. The argument initiated over the remote control, believe it or not, and then it progressed to his laptop getting put through the dishwasher and escalated from there. But for some reason, there's a lot of footage of this argument that occurred continuously throughout the day. Now, the police were called at least on 2 occasions to the premises during that day to address the issues. She had locked him out at one stage, or a couple of stages, I think, and yeah, there was threats made and all sorts of stuff. So the police had already previously been called out twice to the home, and nothing was done. He wanted to go but didn't want to leave the kids. She wanted to go but didn't want to leave her kids there, and it just went back and forth, back and forth. But there was a lot of video footage from her mobile phone, and it was taken like not visual stuff, but she had the camera on, but it was like held at her side as she was walking around. So it caught all the audio. And hello, good morning, star of the show. Did you see how many views your short has? Oh, you're gonna have to change your you're gonna have to change your YouTube name to clickbait. Everything well down there? All settled down? All good? I suppose you're busy creating and assessing assessing and creating reports to pass on for all the damage. So it was almost like she had the mobile phone in her hand and had deliberately pressed record so that she could capture these elements of the argument. And it was almost like she was baiting him almost. So she was putting words into the argument like, well, you're the one that's that needs help, with your brain. You're the one with the brain damage and rah, 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 and just it seemed like a real setup to me. I don't believe her personally. I don't trust her personally. So it concluded that she eventually locked him in the garage. And he was in the garage and sitting on like a cooler tub, an esky type of thing. And he rang 911 again to complain that she'd locked him out again. And whilst he's on the phone, she puts 3 additional holes into him that he didn't need. That's fantastic, Udher. Good job. That's really, really good. Pleased. Good morning, Christine. How are you? And I didn't say hi to Mr. Brybear and Ange. I'm sorry. I was late this morning, or this evening. I don't know where. Between 8 and 10 p.m. for me, just disappears. And I'm not having a hot flush. It's a power surge. So, yes, she puts at least 3. I think the 4th one may have gone through, but there was 4 shots fired anyway. So he was unalived. But I don't think she knew he was on the phone to 911 at the time. I think she knew. She thought he was on the phone to the police station, and that the call wasn't being recorded because she immediately spoke with her brother, who may have had this concocted story about them. He was on the phone to her at the time, and that he could hear them arguing, and he could hear the kids crying in the background, and then he heard the gun. The kid. She said she put the kids in the bedroom, and he heard the gun go off. So it was all BS. So I think she's basically trying to set him up, or make it out like it was like a self-defense when it wasn't. But she is being charged with premeditated red rum. So we have gone through the entire state's case, and today is the defence's opening, the defence's case in chief. We're up to date, and I'll stop sweating shortly.
Were you wearing a body camera at that time?
Yes, sir.
Was it activated?
Yes, sir.
And have you viewed a copy of the recording from your
Oh, it
body
was-
camera footage from that?
The first responders had their body cam footage. I think it was day one. Yeah, it was day one. And they came in and opened the garage and showed the entire scene, the whole unalived body, everything. So if you're watching day one, be warned. It's everything.
That day?
Yes, sir.
And was that an accurate copy of what you witnessed that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would move State's Exhibit 128 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 128 will be admitted into evidence.
Deputy Quick, your interactions there that day at the location, was everything that you saw and witnessed, was that captured on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
I would move to publish State's 128.
All right. You may do so. Is it set up?
It should be, Judge.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Tell me when to push the button then.
yes, sir. I'm ready, Judge.
Good morning, Tricia. How are we? Good morning, my little luscious. My little wrench. I've got a few of those now. Oh, I hope this might be a. Just be wary. There might be some graphic content. Okay.
Beautiful day. What's that? How are we doing this? Outside?
Oh, this is earlier in the day then. Okay.
We'll talk to one
Don't worry.
out here, then I'm assuming that's your wife or the other half. You want to say what call this?
Wife? Yeah.
We talk to you guys separate. His daughter, if I go inside, one of us goes inside, talk to you.
Yeah, I put my big dog in the side room,
Okay.
but point you down. She's got a shotgun and her pistol in the bedroom with her,
Okay.
Right.
and my pistol is on the dashboard of my truck. I'll put it there all pretty for you.
Okay, you stay out here, man.
I'm just opening. There's a little dog running around. She wants to go all the way to the wall and then turn right.
Her name's Bree.
Her name's Bree. She's got both the kids in there with her.
All right. Do me a favor and lift your shirt up a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, fix your key. Okay, I seen something sticking out.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was a key or what was going on
I
with it.
put on nice shorts with no pockets.
Okay. So why don't you give me a rundown on what happened during your argument?
All right. So, you want a summary or you want my detailed notes?
I want you to tell me what happened and why she called us.
So, she called you right now because she figured out that I want to take my kids to my parents' house in Georgia for her and I to have more for me. I guess me to have a break from her. A little bit of backstory: in March, she tried to kill herself and did inpatient. After she was inpatient, and then she was outpatient group for a while. She got kicked out of that group, and then went back in. Baker acted a second time for suicide. And there she was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Are you familiar?
Mm.
So she's diagnosed with borderline personality disorder in March or April. Got kicked out of her first therapy group, got kicked out of her second therapy group, and she skipped her last two individual therapies.
Okay. Well, what leads us to what's going on today? Because that's not being rude, but that's irrelevant to what's going on right now as far as she called us.
Yeah, so
Well, it's not really. He's
About
giving
11
you
o'clock
her
last night.
mental health state.
she want to watch TV in the bedroom. Well, and the kids were sleeping in there. I didn't want her to because we were all sleeping. And she got mad and stormed out to the living room and watched TV out there. Tried to talk to her out there. She told me to go away. So I went back in the bedroom. 10 minutes later, she comes in the bedroom and says, "Get out." I say, "No." She says, "Now." I say, "No." So she lays down in the bed with the other three of us and turns on the TV. So for context, we normally watch it at 10. She turned at 30 until like 1 a.m. I turned it down a couple times. I eventually said, "Look, if you don't turn it down, I'm going to turn the Wi-Fi off of this TV." And she turned it up. So I turned the Wi-Fi off of that TV. She said, "Really, you're going to be vindictive?" I said, "I'm not being vindictive. I want to turn it down. At this point, it's 12:30 or 1 a.m. or something like that. Everybody's sleeping except for you, and you want to watch. You ever watch the 100?
I've heard about it. I haven't sat down and watched it.
Explosions and people scream.
Okay.
It's not a nice, quiet,
Yeah.
conversational show." So anyway, she says, "I'll show you vindictive," and goes out in the living room and puts around for a while, and then comes back and puts on like a rat pop music station on her phone,
Oh my God.
blasting that, and she goes to sleep. I'm laying there with kids, and that was at about 1:30, or 1:47, I think. I'm like laying there wide awake, and at that point, she was snoring, so I'm like, "All right, fuck this." And I would have gone to the couch before, but she wouldn't let me take the kids, and I don't really trust her with the kids when she's like this.
Those poor kids. They're just getting pulled
So
from
she was
pillar to
sleeping,
post.
so I took I grabbed my 4-year-old. I went out to pee, took my 4-year-old to the couch, and then she woke up.
We ended last session before the hurricane streams with her being interrogated at the police station, and she kept demanding to speak to her father. She wanted a phone call to her father, so they eventually allowed that. And I don't know if she knew. Surely she's not that silly, but I'm not sure if she was aware that she was being recorded. And her behaviour, like I don't know. In my opinion, the tears were free flowing when they were needed. That makes sense. And initially, she was distraught on the phone to her father, but she was calling him daddy. Daddy. Like, she's a 40-year-old woman. Daddy. Bizarre. And he was initially fairly sympathetic, but then let her have it a bit, and said that he was really angry with her, and because she asked him to look after her kids for her, and he's like, "You can't ask me to do that." But anyway, but yes, the tears dried up very quickly, and then when she started talking about needing to get an attorney, and she was very concise and clear, and yeah, not a sign of being distraught whatsoever. So that's where we left off at the end of the state's case. So now this is, obviously the defence has brought in their first responders to do his side.
And started yelling at me again. So, "What are you doing? I'm taking kids to the couch." "Fuck you are."
And that was all
What's up?
last night, right? Rolled into this morning.
Yeah, this is probably right around 2 a.m. at this point.
Okay. So what happened today causing her to pick the phone up and call? I guess she called 911. I didn't look.
She found out I was I was packing my car.
That's what the upset was.
Yes.
That you're going to Georgia to see their grandparents.
Yep.
And your parent.
Yeah, they're my parents.
Okay. And your kid's grandparent, actually.
Yep.
Okay. And she didn't like. And is she like? Was she allowed to go? Like, did you plan on her coming?
No, I didn't plan on her coming.
Okay, you're just gonna do it. Take a break.
Yeah.
And they're your kids, right?
They're my kids.
Okay. Y'all are married, had
We're
kids.
married.
They're your blood.
They're both of our kids, and then I have a stepdaughter who's probably gonna be here in about 45 minutes from school.
Okay.
And my stepdaughter is fully hers legally, and her dad lives in Alabama, but he doesn't have any legal control.
Mm-hmm.
And she told me before, if Kylie's my 12-year-old, she said, I can't stop you from taking the little kids because they're yours, but if you take my 12-year-old, I will press charges on you. I'm like, well, fuck, so I have to leave the 12-year-old with you to be borderline.
Right.
So after she had said, I'll show you Vindictive last night. I thought she meant she came in and put the music on. I found this morning my laptop was missing. Been all around the house for it. And finally, like, wait a minute, the dishwasher was running all night. Put my fucking MacBook in the dishwasher. It's a $2,500 computer. And then
It's unfortunate.
cut me off from all the credit cards she has control over. She's the primary breadwinner in the family. And yeah, I said, you washed my $2,500 computer because I turned off your show.
She sounds
Because
like
you
a right
control my
nasty
access to
piece of
Wi-Fi.
work.
That's also not a legitimate reason.
Sure.
So this is the start, well, I guess, culmination of a long bad path.
Okay.
And
If only you knew,
She's
Collin,
made
if only you
repeated
knew.
comments to the kids, the 3 and 4 year old, since, well, today.
Well,
So the police are coming to save us because Daddy hurt Mommy. No. First of all, I didn't. Second of all, you don't tell a child that.
sure.
So
It's parental alienation.
Collin, Collin.
That is actually
Yes.
a
All my
crime.
pens are covered in wood shavings.
He'll bring him one.
Child abuse.
So basically, marital property man, and nothing I can do about your laptop, your truck. Pretty much the
Insurance.
situations that I've seen from my experience for this is going to happen is it's going to be who crosses the line first. Who's going to be? Somebody's going to get mad enough, someone's going to shove, someone's going to grab, someone's going to jail.
Yeah.
So,
Did you hear what
it
we
would be-
just said? We backed that up a bit. No true words were spoken.
He'll bring him one. So basically, marital property man, and nothing I can do about your laptop, your truck. Pretty much the situations that I've seen from my experience for this is going to happen is it's going to be who crosses the line first.
Yep. Who crosses the line
Who's gonna
first?
Somebody's going to get mad enough, someone's going to shove, someone's going to grab, someone's going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be best for you to give space. Just, I would tell her if she's standing here too, y'all need to give space. Can't make you do it. Can't make you leave. It's your house. But it's going to be the first who crosses the line, you know?
Fucking sucks, man.
Yeah. Well, we can't be getting too far into people's lives. I mean, if a crime occurred, yeah, good to go. But
If what? A crime?
a crime occurred. So if you slapped across the face and you got claw marks and a red handprint on your cheek, that's different. You say, yeah, she slapped me. I believe you.
If only.
I see the handprint.
I almost wish.
So
Yep.
all I can tell you is there's only expectation of privacy in like bathrooms. You know, if she started getting crazy, pick your phone up and start recording. I'd tell her the same thing. You start acting all kind of irate, put your phone up and start recording. You can record in your home, record on your property.
Yeah, there's no like 2-person consent.
It is
Anything?
if you're recording voice or a secret camera. You gotta let them know you're recording them. But
Oh, okay.
But
there's-
if you're in the
there's
conversation,
privacy in the bathroom. You can't do it in the
I
bathroom.
thought that it was legal to record a conversation that you were a part of without having to disclose it to the other party, or am I wrong?
Gotcha.
Let me know. If you know,
Bree, is you him? Give her
because I
some
think
second
that's
out
what
with
the
us
law is in
before.
Australia.
Can we go inside and do it on the table?
I'd rather you
I
guys
remember
stay
it somewhere
separated
in
for
my
now, 'cause
noggin.
You guys aren't getting along.
It's probably a good call. I'll manage. The biggest thing I need, Collin, full name, date of
No,
birth.
he was basically saying, you know, in his experience, this backwards and forwards banter and bullshit only ends in when someone crosses the line, when someone starts getting physical. And he was talking about, you know, having scratches and claw marks and red, you know, red cheeks from where she'd slapped him. But if only that were true. Not legal in all states. Okay. So do both of you have to have consent, or if you are part of that conversation, do you need their permission? Does that make a sense? How are you, Bri? I didn't even ask. I'm sorry. You're fully recovered from the vid, you poor bugger. You're working 2 jobs. You're a good man, Bri. A good man.
Good phone number on there, and then the narrative, there's lines on the back. Tell me what happened.
Sounds good.
All right.
This goes into the police report.
Yep. There's gonna be a report.
Oh, did you get the email that I sent you about the Connecticut case? Still fatigue easy, but otherwise doing well. Thank you. Yeah, it'll take it out of you, and then you go straight from that into working 2 jobs. I wonder why you fatigue early. I've forgotten the question I asked you now. Oh, yes, the email. That's right. I can't wait until Tuesday when I get my ADHD test results. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
due to this being domestic,
absolutely.
there's definitely going to be a report.
If you see anything, let me know and I'll cover it.
If it was domestic and there was an argument,
Does it show up when you guys come out here or no?
yeah, if we look it up.
Oh, okay.
Or we can do it together.
But every time
not
that we
busy.
come out and it's something to do with an argument or domestic, there's reports required. What's up with all the little green baggies hanging around? I'm just being nosy.
You live in Gulf Breeze?
No, I live in Perdido.
So the flies have been nightmarish this summer in Gulf Breeze.
Oh.
And she heard on one of the Facebook pages that kind of Dawn soap like that, put it in a bag, and keeps flies away. It seemed to work really well at first.
Probably change them out quite a bit. The scent starts lingering off them.
Yeah, I don't think she's made a second. I don't think she's replaced them, so maybe they kind of tapered off at some point.
Okay. I was just being nosy.
You know, if you only want, I like chatting. And it's nice to have another adult to talk to, if only briefly.
Yeah.
So
Hopefully,
he
y'all get
doesn't
this
sound
figured out.
like he's got an ABI.
This is,
For at least the kids' sake.
you know, this is things we're looking up when she was actually doing therapy, and then she stopped, and things are moving down.
That's generally how it works. Stop getting help and shocker.
What's that?
You stop getting help and it's a shocker. You stop going up.
That's apparently one of the sad things with particularly bipolar. I've heard that you get just to your therapeutic level, which takes some time to reach it, something that is working for you, that's suitable for you, and controls everything really, really well. And then you feel so good that you don't think you need it anymore. So you stop taking it. And it's just a vicious cycle, apparently.
Appreciate you guys getting here quick.
Oh, we're going to show up, man. You call, we're showing up.
You're right, Dylan. I've done mine today.
Man, this is lengthy.
Yeah, just the top is your start, and then the bottom, you just pretty much get the rundown of this incident. How she's upset that you're wanting to take the kids to Georgia. Just for, visiting the grandparents.
Which seems absurd to me. Why would you be upset? It was a beautiful day today. Well, so hang on. I've got the one of the things we were talking about on the stream the other night was converting Fahrenheit or Celsius to Fahrenheit. So it was about 22 degrees Celsius here today. So that makes it approximately 70-ish Fahrenheit. So yes, and I had my carpets steam cleaned this morning and thought, okay, right, that's a good time to get the sheets done. And he did all my mats, hung them on the line. So yes. which was why I was late. I'm about to bring them in. Got clean sheets to get into, though. I love that.
Lady, JP, come here.
Trying to show me everything.
I know it.
I said they're trying to show me everything.
That's it.
Ready to sign it?
No, I'll read it and I'll tell you to sign it. Make sure you got all the information that we need.
Is there anything else you recommend that I put on there that I said to you but didn't write on there? So the kids open.
Yeah. It's the one that's got all the energy.
Big boy.
Yep.
And I've been home with these kids every day for 2 years.
Well, he's full of energy, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I got out of the Marine Corps about 2 years ago to keep them out of daycare.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's
That was
something that I missed through the start because I knew that she was the major breadwinner, but I thought it was because of his ABI. But he's just said he left the Marine Corps to be a stay-at-home dad. So, unless it was a combination of the two, perhaps. But kudos to him.
What's wrong, buddy? You okay? You know you gotta look where you're going, buddy.
There's 4 kids.
I'm gonna give you both the business cards. If you guys need anything, call us, okay?
Can I get a copy of his statement later?
It's all part of the report. You'd have to get it from records with the sheriff's office, okay? All right?
What's it, buddy?
Why would you want a copy of that, Bree? Is that to put in Discovery, perhaps?
And for the record, the last couple of minutes there were published on Deputy Hartbarger's body cam.
Okay.
Deputy Quick, after you and Deputy Hartbarger left the scene, did you have any further involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Quick.
Good morning,
How
sir.
you doing? So you got called out there at 6184 Jinx Drive that morning.
I
That
don't
was the
like this
first
hospital.
call out there to the house, right?
Sorry,
I believe it's
defense
the only
attorney.
call I responded to, sir.
Okay. You were aware that in total, including the shooting, there was 3 separate times that law enforcement had to come out there to that residence.
Okay.
You know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, Hartberger was the one that was talking to Bree, right?
Yes, sir.
You never talked to her, did you?
Briefly, when she asked a question amongst us, I
Okay.
didn't interview her or anything.
And basically you learned that this man had cut the Wi-Fi. That led to the argument, followed into the next morning. And the argument basically surrounded him taking the children to Georgia. That was what you learned during your investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he had a firearm in that truck, didn't he?
Yes,
The
sir.
dashboard.
Yes, sir.
You never got any information or any evidence at all that this woman ever threatened him in any way, either physically or with any firearm or anything like that during the time that you were out there, did you?
It's
I
pretty
believe
irrelevant now, I
asked him
suppose,
if anything was physical or
although it goes to premeditation.
no,
She never threatened him, did she? As far
not
as
to my
you
knowledge.
were able to. Okay. Now, Bree also told law enforcement that she had been pushed into a door frame, she'd been slammed to the floor, and been raped twice. But nothing ever happened as a result of her complaints to law enforcement, did there?
I don't know, sir. I didn't.
Y'all
ask
didn't
her
do a
anything.
rape assault kit? Y'all didn't question him about a rape. Y'all didn't question him
Your Honor,
about
I'm there.
battery, did you?
Object at this point. Deputy stated he had no contact with Ms. Kuhn.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did y'all arrest anybody that day?
No, sir, I did not.
Did y'all take him to the jail?
I did not arrest him.
Okay. And during this video,
Isn't it her responsibility to, if she's reported it, they can't make her go down and do a rape kit, can they? Like it's on her to do that, isn't it? You know, it's well and good to make all these accusations and claims, but that I think she's doing it just to bolster her case more than anything. What do you all
Colin's
reckon?
telling you, look, Bree's telling the kids the police are coming to help mommy because daddy's hurting her. That's what he tells on this video, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But y'all didn't help Bree, did you? That day, nothing happened as far as arresting Collin.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to form.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
You didn't arrest him, did you?
No, sir, I've not arrested him.
He also told you that Bree had full custody and legal rights to the 12-year-old daughter, Kylie, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
All right, can this witness step down and be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by defense,
Sir,
Your
you may
Honor.
step down. You're now excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
I'm going
Okay,
to
we
take this
call
fan off.
Hardy Joyner.
I'm cold now. Maybe I can reach it from here. Oh. Maybe. Yep. Oh. Right. Ah. Who might this be?
Top the right, face the judge.
Sir, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do. All right, sir, have a seat in the chair. Pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can and speak loud enough in the microphone so that everybody can hear you. All
What?
right, Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Sir, would you please state your name for the record
James Hardy Joyner.
and where you're employed?
I'm a special agent with the Drug Enforcement Administration, or DEA.
Do you know the defendant, Ms. Bree Kuhn?
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you know Ms. Kuhn?
We were in a relationship together and we have a daughter together, Kylie Elizabeth Joyner.
And at the time of this incident, how old was your daughter, Kylie?
12.
And what was the living situation of Kylie at that time?
She lived with Bree and Collin full time, and I saw her every other weekend.
Where were you living? Not the address, but where were you living at that time?
The Mobile, Alabama area.
Now, on the day of the shooting, did you have any contact with Mr. Collin Turner?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did that contact come about?
He texted me, initiated a conversation with me about an argument that him and Bree were having.
And the nature of your contact with Mr. Turner that day, how were you guys communicating all that day?
It was all via text.
Did you ever speak to him on the phone?
No, sir, I did not.
You want me to approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those messages?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. How do you recognize those messages?
It's a conversation between myself and Collin the night of the incident.
And is that an accurate copy of the text messages that you and Collin sent back and forth?
Yes, sir, it is.
At this time, I'd like to move into evidence State's Exhibit 108.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 108 will be admitted into evidence.
And I would move to publish, Judge.
You may.
I'm ready whenever you're ready. Agent Joanna, what is the time of that first message?
Appears to be 12:55 p.m.
And the messages on the left in the white, who is sending them those messages?
That's Collin, and that's myself in the darker shade.
And can you read the first message that Collin sent you that day?
Yes, sir. Hey, man, Bree's losing it. She ran my laptop through the dishwasher last night because I turned the Wi-Fi off. I'm planning on getting out of here with the little kids, but she's already told me she'll press charges if I take Kylie with me. I don't know what you can do legally, but I wanted to give you a heads up.
And how did you respond to Collin?
I said, damn, dude, I hate that. I'm not sure what to do, but thanks for the heads up. I was really hoping that she, referring to Bree, had gotten better.
And what was Collin's response to you?
She got kicked out of 2 group therapies and she skipped her last 2 individual therapies, still drinking a lot.
And
doesn't
what
help.
was the time of your next message back to Collin?
It's 18:09, 6:09 p.m., I believe is what it was.
And what did you ask Collin, or what did you say to Collin?
I said, everything okay, man?
And how did Collin respond to you?
He said, nah, gonna be worse before it gets better too. She's always told her stories about you, and I thought you sucked. But now that I think about it, she's crazy as hell and probably did the same stuff to you.
And how did you respond to Collin?
I said, I definitely had my down days, and I did my share of wrong in the past, but I'm sure there's plenty more to the stories you don't know, as you can probably see now.
And what was Collin's next message to you?
Yup, she just locked me in the garage because I wouldn't talk to her.
And what was the time Collin sent you that message?
6:13 p.m. approximate.
Okay. And how did you respond to Collin's statement about being locked in the garage?
I said, if you ever want to talk, I probably know more about what you were able to keep her happy a lot longer than me, and you somehow have been able to get through to her more than I ever did.
Did you ever have any more communication with, oh, thank you, Judge. Did you ever have any more communication with Collin?
No, sir.
Now, again, you didn't speak with him on the phone, so everything you know about the situation that day is in these text messages. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you discuss any of the things he's telling you about the issues they're having that day? Did you discuss any of that with Bree?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point that day, did you speak with Bree?
I did.
How did that come about?
She contacted me. She called me. I answered the phone, and she said, you need to come get your daughter to some extent. And I thought, maybe she's just being a 12-year-old. And I said, why do I need to come get my daughter? And she said, I just shot Collin. And I responded, I said, why? And she said, I don't know. She said, you just need to come get Kylie. And I said, okay, I'm on the way.
Did she give any more description about what had happened?
No.
And where did you, once she has contacted you and told you this, where did you go?
I was on the way pretty much immediately to her residence in Gulf Breeze.
Now, prior to that day, or up until including that day, Collin was Kylie's stepdad. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have any concerns about Collin being a stepdad to Kylie?
No, sir. He was great, and she had nothing but good things to say about him all the time.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Etheridge, cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You're with the DEA and you addressed yourself as a special agent. I've practiced federal law many, many years and I always, not being facetious, but Is there anything you're special about? Everybody that's an officer for DA are called special agents. That's just your designation, right?
No, sir. I'm a 1811, a criminal investigator special agent, and we're the only people in DEA that are special agents. Are
Take that,
1811s.
smart ass.
How long you been with them?
Approximately 4 years, 5 years going on.
Okay. Collin told you he was going to get the kids and go to Georgia, didn't
He said he was going to try to take the kids. Yes, sir, in the text.
he? And he also told you that Bree was going to have him arrested if he tried to take Kylie, because Kylie wasn't his biological daughter, right?
Yes, sir. He told me that she was going to press charges, is what he said.
And Bree had full custody of Kylie, didn't she?
Yes, sir. She had full custody. I had visitation.
She was very liberal with allowing you to see your daughter, right? Y'all don't have any issues with you seeing your daughter? I
No,
think it was
sir.
every other weekend, right?
Yes, sir. At that time, they had just moved close to me, so I started getting her consistently every other weekend.
Okay. And you knew that Bree had
Oh.
been hospitalized for an apparent attempted suicide.
I did not at that time.
Oh, you didn't?
I was aware that she was hospitalized, but I did not know that it was for an attempted suicide until after this incident.
I'm going to object as to outside of the scope of direct test this line of questioning.
We talked about it in the
Overrule the objection.
man, approach the witness, Sean.
You know?
I'm going to show you something, page 18, deposition.
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
Page 18, lines 3 through 5. If you will, Mr. Hardy, I'd like for you to read 3 to 5 to yourself. Don't read it out loud. Just read lines 3 to 5 to yourself. Now, if you have a chance to read that, I'm going to ask you again questions, see whether that helps refresh your recollection.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I was not aware that it was an attempted suicide until after this incident occurred. I was aware that she was hospitalized.
Well, that's not what you said then. You said, but yeah, I can't remember exactly when you mentioned that it was an attempted suicide.
After the incident. Yes, sir.
No, that's not what you said. I was not aware that it was that extent. That's what you said under oath back in October 26, 2022. You don't remember saying that?
I did say that, and I was not aware that it was an attempted suicide until after this incident. I was aware that she was hospitalized.
And you knew that she was in the hospital for depression, didn't you?
Collin told me his words were mental issues. So,
Now, Bree called you immediately after the shooting, didn't you?
yes, sir.
And you found out from Collin about the basis of the argument, turn off the Wi-Fi, and apparently went over to the next morning. And in those texts between you and Collin, you mentioned that you'd had your down days and you did your share of wrong in the past as well, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when she called, she told you you needed to come get your daughter.
Yes, sir.
As soon as possible, right?
Yes, sir.
You recall her asking you what? And in those texts between you and Collin, you mentioned that you'd had your down days and you did your share of wrong in the past as well, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when she called, she told you you needed to come get your daughter.
Yes, sir.
As soon as possible, right?
Yes, sir.
You recall her asking you whether Collin was dead?
The second phone call that she called me, she asked me if Collin was dead.
You were never married to her, were you?
No, sir.
And you mentioned there in your text, and I believe you testified today as well, that obviously, Bree, that's some mental health issues that needed to be addressed or should be addressed, right?
I would agree with that. Yes, sir.
You knew that Bree took medications for ADHD, didn't you?
Yes, sir. That was even back in our relationship. I believe she was taking Vyvanse for ADHD, but I don't know if she was still currently at the time of the incident.
And you, in the text between you and Collin, I mean, one of the last questions that the prosecution posed to you was, and your answer was, she had nothing but good things to say about him. But then there in your text with Collin, you said Bree had told you stories about him and you thought he sucked. So that's not exactly the same. Which one was it?
You're incorrect. He said that he thought I sucked. That's coming from Collin, not from me.
Yeah.
Did you ever have any communications with her after that second phone call?
We talked via jail calls after she was incarcerated. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
All right, can this witness step down?
Yes, sir.
I have no objection in being
All right,
excused.
Sir,
Your
you
Honor.
may step down. You're now excused. All right, Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
State would recall Detective Mitchell Kelly. The joiner.
All right, sir, I'm ask you to raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Sir, have a seat in the chair. Again, pull the chair as close to the mic as you can. Speak loud enough into the microphone so that everybody can hear you. Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, nice, baby.
So would you please state your name again for the record?
Mitchell Kelly.
And we previously discussed that you and Detective Rowell had gone to Pennsylvania to interview Mr. Eric Kuhn. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And without telling me the exact nature of the conversation, can you describe what happened when you arrived to speak with Mr. Kuhn?
So after we got to Pennsylvania, we made contact with defendant's brother to kind of arrange an interview.
How did you initially make contact with him?
We called him on the phone, let him know we were in town. We had also arranged to have an interview done at the local police department, just in case that was an option. We told him we were in town, told him we wanted to meet for an interview. He wanted to do it at his business, which we were fine with.
So after this telephone conversation, where do you go?
We went to his business and met with him.
And is that you and Detective Rowell?
That's correct.
And what was the situation when you arrived at his business?
Once we got there, he wanted to have a conversation with the attorney about having him on the phone while we were having the interview, which we were fine with. I think once we started the interview, we recorded everything.
And the attorney that you mentioned, did he end up being on the phone and part of the conversation?
Yes, he was.
And you mentioned the recording. Ultimately, the body camera is turned on and recording is done. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, prior to that recording, what was again, without telling me the exact details, what was the nature of your discussion with Mr. Kuhn?
Before the interview?
Yes.
Nothing really, banter about his business, I guess. Really was just kind of discussing why we were there, and he was kind of wondering why we were there, why we had kind of shown up to have the interview. We just kind of explained to him it was important to have it in person.
Before the recording is done, was there any questioning or interrogation about the specifics of what happened in relation to the murder?
No, sir.
And you previously stated you've been in law enforcement in both Colorado and Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And worked as a homicide investigator?
That's correct.
Now, as a homicide investigator, would there ever be a situation where you do a partial interview, start a recording, and then finish an interview?
No,
Why would you not do that?
because it's just It's not the right thing to do.
Have you ever done that in your career?
No.
Thanks, sir.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Morning.
You didn't contact Eric Kuhn until you'd already gotten there in Pennsylvania, did you?
That's correct.
Okay. So he had no idea you were even in Pennsylvania until you got there, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you have a body camera on you when you interviewed him?
Yes.
Okay. We haven't seen, that has been presented as evidence. Did Raul have a body camera?
We were there together, so we had the one body camera.
That hasn't been introduced into evidence.
Your Honor, I'm going to object for relevance and an improper question to a witness.
Your approach.
Mm. L. I love speed trialing.
Do you agree that the best evidence of the questions you asked and the answers that Eric gave you would have been captured on a body camera?
Can you rephrase that question? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Do you agree that the best evidence, the most correct evidence, the most objective evidence would be the body camera that you say that y'all recorded Eric with that day? Instead of your memory now, some 3 years later, do you agree with me that the body camera would be the best evidence?
Yes, that's why I record our interviews.
Thank you. And I believe you said that Eric wondered why you showed up out of nowhere, or worse than that, or something like that. Is that what you testified to earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you never asked him about Bree having a gun, did you?
So when we were there just to get a statement from him about what conversation he had with Bree at the time,
Okay, the question was, you never asked him about Bree having a gun, did you?
I don't recall asking any specific questions about the gun.
So if he didn't mention it, it's because you didn't ask him. Is that
Your
fair
Honor,
to say?
I'm going to object for argumentative.
I'll sustain as it's phrased.
That you never specifically asked Eric about Bree having a gun, did you?
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir, just briefly. Detective Kelly, if you ask a witness to tell me everything that you witnessed or heard or knew, do you expect them to do that?
I do.
Okay. And you only know what they're telling you, is that correct?
That's correct.
So if they don't mention something, it'll be hard for you to know to specifically ask about that. Is that
Correct.
fair
I'm
to
not going to lead them into information.
Mhm.
say? And in terms of showing up in Pennsylvania, might there be a benefit to not giving a witness in a murder case a good deal of advance notice?
That's correct.
And what would that purpose be?
To get a true statement from them, not a prepared statement or a planned out statement, I guess you could say.
All right, thanks, sir.
Correct. Can this witness be excused?
Yes.
Pretty much
No
said
objection by defense, Your Honor.
that. All right, you may step down. You're now excused. Thank you. All right, Mr. Alderman?
And state the rest, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury,
Oh,
I'm going to
I
have
thought the
you,
state was yesterday.
let me have the attorney's approach.
They've recorded this trial very, very weirdly because it looks like this is the final day. But I've just noticed that one down, it's another full day. But it's not written as, like it's not titled as the day in court. It's titled the verdict. So I actually had a look at this. Most of it, yeah, they have a side. That sidebar goes straight into a long break. And we left off the other day. They were arguing about
Point 4.
the defendant hadn't made her decision whether or not she was going to take the stand, and the defense wanted to bring in, I think, an expert witness or some documentation regarding a diagnosis of PTSD, but it had not been introduced in any evidence during the trial at all. And so they were debating over that. So I think the end of this day is that argument that they're they're going over. So let's have a listen, see if there's anything worthwhile. Otherwise, we'll move to the next day.
No, sir.
Because there's no more witnesses. It's just the attorneys.
7.4.
No, sir.
No, sir. While we're at it, you would give, I don't need to renew my objections from yesterday, I wouldn't think. There was a few.
Unless it's jury instructions they're going over.
Right. I know you wanted, well, I remember from the self-defense, you had talked about potential kidnapping as a forcible felony.
But yeah, yes, but essentially for the record.
Yeah, for the record, any objections that were made yesterday, you maintain those objections for the purposes of our final run through.
Yes.
Okay.
This is jury instructions. All right. This judge is very, very broad-shouldered. He's like a mountain of a man. Mr. Mountain Man. All right. Let's go to day 4. Let's see what they have in store for us. So, this is the defense's case in chief. The second time, sorry. My apologies. Looks like closing straight away. Maybe she didn't have any people. Let me just cue it up. Sorry. Closed captions. My dishes are done. You can hear my dishwasher beeping in the background.
All right, everybody be seated. We'll get Ms. Kuhn in here. Okay,
I'm sorry.
a couple of things. Mr. Alderman has requested that that I read the jury instructions first before closings. And I've done it both ways. I assume that y'all will be referencing the jury instructions.
To save you time, Judge, I always ask that it be read before.
Okay, all right, then I'll go ahead and read the instructions before the closings. So let me give a copy to the court reporter. Copy to, I'll get this one after I read it. And then I believe I've already given counsel copies of it.
Yes, we're done.
And usually do y'all want me to, I think I normally, when I do this, I stop at 3.12 and then I do 3.13 after the closings.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's fine, Judge.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Anything we need to put on the record?
Not from the state judge.
Not from the defense room.
Sounds like the
These are the alternates. Okay.
When you go
Okay.
straight into jury
Let's go
instructions.
ahead and bring the jury in. They're intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument.
Straight
So you
into
have the
closings.
state go first, then the defense, and then the state will have rebuttal argument. All right,
No
Mr.
defense
Alderman,
at all.
are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow.
And do you want me to go ahead and turn the
Yes, sir, please.
projector on?
Please, the court, Ms. Barnes, Mr. Etheridge. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and attention this week. Before I start running through my closing, I do want to point out, obviously, on Tuesday, Mr. Etheridge and I giving opening arguments or opening statements. We talked about the evidence that we anticipated that you would hear and see during the week. Now, I always think that a trial is a sort of like a living, breathing organism. No matter how much work and plan you put into it, things change. Usually it's nobody's fault. That's the way it is. So what's important at this stage is, as the judge just told you, what the attorneys say is not evidence. What I told you in opening statements, what Mr. Etheridge told you in opening statements, is not evidence. Your verdict should be based on evidence that you heard from the witness stand and in the form of the exhibits. So if you heard something in opening that you didn't hear during the trial, you should disregard it. Now, I do want to talk to you about the jury instructions. The judge just read them to you. Each of you will have a copy that you get to take back with you into the jury room. And it is my job, the judge has explained the law to you. It is now my job to explain how that law pertains to the facts of the case. So what is Ms. Kuhn charged with? It is 1 count, first-degree premeditated murder. The judge read the 3 elements of the charge. Firstly, that Mr. Collin Turner is dead. The judge read you a stipulation on Tuesday. Both sides agree. Obviously, Mr.
So what do we all think? Do we think she's going to get the full premeditated, or do you think she's going to get lesser included? She's got to get something. There's no defense been put up. There is a 911 call that is extremely clear as to what happened. And I think the state have met their burden. So it's dependent on what level, I think. What do we all reckon? You think they will convict for the full premeditated unaliving? Because it depends on the definition of the premeditation. I think the interpretation of that premeditation can be, as little as 30 seconds, I believe. But interesting. Let's see.
Mr. Collin Turner is dead. Second element, that his death was caused by the criminal act of Ms. Kuhn. Third, there was a premeditated killing of Collin Turner. The judge just read to you the definition of premeditation. I talked about it briefly on Monday.
Maybe I'll go back and have a look and see what his definition was. Because I would like to hear that.
Please rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. Okay, members of the jury, both the state and the defendant have now rested their cases. In a few moments, they will give you their closing arguments. But before they do that, I'm going to go ahead and read you your jury instructions. Now, each of you will receive a copy of these instructions when you go back to deliberate. So don't feel that you have to take everything down in writing of what I'm going to say, but I want to go ahead and give you your jury instructions beforehand, and then the attorneys will do their closing, and then I will give you some final instructions. So members of the jury, Bree Kuhn, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of first-degree premeditated murder. Bree Kuhn is accused of first-degree premeditated murder in count 1. First-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of second-degree murder and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Collin Turner was killed by Bree Kuhn, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder or second-degree murder or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing.
Nope.
The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Bree Kuhn may be found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Collin Turner is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Bree Kuhn. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Collin Turner. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in
Consciously deciding to do so. I think they've met their burden. I don't think they have any other choice other than first degree. What do you reckon? Let me know what you think in chat.
the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree premeditated murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Collin Turner is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Bree Kuhn. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Collin Turner by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is
We've read all
reasonably certain to
those.
kill or do serious bodily injury.
Let's get back to the closings.
The doctor described. They are perfect little circles. She brings in the child so he can calm it down. She calls 911 and reports. And I recalled he had contact with both Collin and Bree.
Find where we were at.
Judge read to you the reasonable doubt. I'm not going to read it to you. This is the standard that you have to apply, that you have to hold the state to. Not all doubt, not every doubt. You know, I gave you the example Monday about the rain example, and what is a reasonable conclusion from the evidence. And this standard applies to those three elements of first-degree murder. You believe the state has proven those three elements, first-degree murder? Find it guilty. Another important thing to note is you can have reasonable doubt about things outside the elements. The state does not have to prove every little aspect of the case beyond all reasonable doubt. If you're not sure what color Collin's truck was, I can't, I'm not sure if it was red, if it was blue. That's fine. That's not an element the state has to prove.
Mm-hmm.
So always go back to that. Like it's the second page. What are the three elements the state has to prove? That's it for your verdict to be guilty. Weighing the evidence. Ultimately, your job as a jury is to decide what is credible, what is believable, what is reliable. The attorneys, myself, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Etheridge, we can introduce evidence, but what we think about the evidence doesn't matter. It's your decision. You get to decide what to believe, who to believe, how much to believe. That is your job. And just use your common sense. That's a lot of times what these cases come down to. Use your common sense in evaluating what somebody is telling you. Does it make sense? You can believe or disbelieve any part, any testimony or any evidence. I always think of it sort of like a buffet. You can pick and choose whatever you want to believe, how much to believe. That is entirely your province. 3.9 also indicates all the factors you can use to evaluate the testimony of a witness, which again is a very important job. And you should use these criteria in evaluating every witness that you heard from, both from the state and from the defense. Now you see that many of the state witnesses, a great deal of what they testified to, what they saw, what they heard, what they did, was on camera. That's one of the great things about the body cams is that we're not reliant on somebody's interpretation or their memory. For example, Deputy Lynn, he had contact with both Collin and Bree right before the murder, about 45 minutes. I think he left about 45 minutes before the shooting. Now we're here 3 years later. We don't have to rely on what he thought they said or what he believed their attitude was. You got to see it and hear it for yourself. So no disrespect to him, but if his memory isn't that great about what happened, you've seen and heard it. You know what happened. Now, when you apply these criteria to the testimony of Eric Kuhn, you're going to see that his testimony should not be relied upon. Now, I do want to talk about it briefly. So, Mr. Kuhn's testimony, you heard from him about what he heard, and his testimony was all over the place. I mean, right from the get-go, he tells you this call was several minutes, and then seconds later, he says the call was 45 minutes. And granted, he probably didn't have a stopwatch on him, but that's a huge difference. He said Collin was dragging Laney by the arm. 30 seconds later, he turns around and said, I never said dragging. You literally just said it 30 seconds ago. We went back and went round and round in circles about the statements early in the day about whether Collin was refusing to watch the kids or whether he was kidnapping the kids. And he said both. And he even said on the stand, how can it be both? I said, I don't know. I don't know. There was all the things that he was convinced that he told the police before they started recording about dragging Laney by the arm, about Collin or Bree saying that Collin's threatening to kill the kids. He's throwing her down. And he believed that he said all these things he told the police before they started recording, or he must have said it while Zoom was glitched. And I recalled Deputy Kelly, but I hope you understand that that's not how murder investigations proceed. These detectives don't have a full-on interview and then say, hey, now let's start the recording. I asked Detective Kelly or Sergeant Kelly now, did you do that in this case? No. Have you ever done that in your career? No. Would you ever do that? Of course not. Although even then, when they're talking to him, they say, tell us everything. And he sat there and told you, oh, I didn't mention all the things I mentioned before because I didn't want to be redundant. He also talked about how them showing up, and he was so taken aback, and how unprofessional they were to just simply show up. And he was shell-shocked. These detectives show up to talk to him. He's saying that he is the only witness in a murder case. He's on the phone. He hears the entire thing. He hears his sister being attacked. The only witness to a murder case. And then he is shell-shocked that homicide detectives turn up to talk to him. He should have welcomed them with open arms. Instead, he sat here and seemed to have absolutely no clue what he told them. You're going to rely on his memory and his version of events? No, you shouldn't. Ultimately, it was, I'm not sure exactly what his end testimony was, but the takeaway was that he hears this scuffle, altercation, fight. He hears Bree being hit. She's reporting, Al, that hurts. Collin, you're hitting me. Things that she's saying that Collin's doing. He hears kids screaming. Then he hears gunshots. All part of one sequence. He tried to sort of equivocate between immediately, right after. He said it was all one sequence. This fight, gunshots. It sounds good, right? It sounds like somebody defending themselves. She's being attacked. He's threatening the kids. She's got to defend herself. You've heard the 911 recording. And Collin was not in a physical altercation. He was not attacking anybody. He was not dragging anybody. The kids weren't screaming. He's out on the phone having a calm, rational conversation. None of that was taking place. Two conclusions come to mind. Either Mr. Kuhn is mistaken about what he thought he heard, or perhaps he did hear, and he is right about some of the things he heard. I asked him, can you tell between someone hitting themselves, someone being hit by somebody else? No, of course not, on the phone.
Exactly.
Because he's relaying, hearing this ruckus, this fight, right before the shooting.
Staged.
Right? Logically, that did not take place in Collin's vicinity. Otherwise, we would have heard it. He's locked outside in the garage. She's inside with the kids. What he's hearing could not have taken place near Collin. So if he's hearing somebody being hit, ow, that hurts, Collin, stop. She's doing that inside the house. Walks to the door, shoots Collin in the back. She now has a witness and an alibi for murder. Is that what happened? We don't know. What we do know is that Collin was not attacking her. So if what Eric Kuhn is reporting is accurate about this fight, it didn't involve Collin. And Deputy Hartberger told her early that morning or early in the afternoon when he did not arrest Collin? Was there another witness? Now, he wasn't suggesting to her to sort of find a witness, but she knew something would happen. She needed another witness. Now, hey presto, she has a witness. At the end of the day, you just got to use your common sense. And you get to decide what to make your testimony, what to believe, how much to believe. I would urge you just to disregard the whole thing. You can do that. Just because there are conflicts in the evidence doesn't mean that you have to believe one side. If somebody gets on the stand and insists that 2 + 2 = 17, you can go back to the jury room and say, I don't believe him. Because his statements not only were inconsistent in and of itself, it was also completely different than the version his sister gave. It's also contradicted by the physical evidence and any degree of common sense or rationality. Anyway, I'm not going to spend any more time on that. I hope you evaluate his testimony as you should. And at the end of the day, he's a brother. He told you about she was my protector growing up. Now she's on trial.
Mm-hmm.
And it's his turn to be the protector.
Yep.
So let's talk about the state's case. So that day, things got started, 12:54. Miss Kuhn calls 911 and reports that Collin is pushed her and thrown her down. And then another interesting aspect of that 911 call is that the operator then tells her, do not interact with him. Right? Makes sense. She's reporting a physical altercation. Don't interact with him. So what does she do? Goes and grabs her phone and starts recording him, trying to provoke him into an argument. And I'm not going to play that whole thing. You have it in evidence. Those last couple of minutes, I think give you a good insight. If she goes out there and he's trying to talk to him, and he says, I tried to talk to you. No, you didn't. He says, tried to talk to you last night. And again, she is surreptitiously recording. She's got the phone held down by the side of her leg. Common sense would tell you when someone's recording their partner, they're on their best behavior. All right. So when she's having this, I don't know if you call it an argument, this discussion with him, she's on her best behavior. Collin isn't. Clearly, he doesn't know he's being recorded because the phone's down by her leg. So that is Collin as he is. And she kind of talks over him, and so it's hard to hear, but you can definitely hear it when she's sort of going after him. He says, if you talk, I will listen. Depending on what you say, I may or may not respond. That is a very calm and rational response in an even tone. Like I said, and that was Collin in this discussion. And then they kind of go back and forth. I don't trust you with the kids. I don't trust you with the kids. I think what you get from that is she wanted an argument and was frustrated that he just did not seem to want to argue with her. Then she starts picking at him, oh, you're on disability for this. And, because she's talking about he's emotionally unstable. Given her position and the things she's been through, the old saying about if you live in a glass house, you shouldn't throw stones. Because he could have come back and said, well, yeah, you've been Baker acted and you attempted to commit suicide. He didn't say any of that. Because it just seemed like he just didn't want to argue about it. So, but that is a good insight into sort of their relationship. And at that time, she's reporting, he's just throwing me down. She wanted him to say or do something stupid to the cops. So when they arrive, what did you tell them right off the bat?
What's going on today, ma'am?
So my husband is trying to take the kids. He threw me on the floor and pushed me against the wall.
And this all happened.
So even here, and every time after, the first thing out of her mouth every time is, he's trying to take my kids. And then she relates, he pushed me down. And then a few minutes later is when she talks about, she makes a comment to Deputy Hartberger that he either didn't catch or didn't acknowledge about he raped me over the weekend. But then she also made an interesting comment to her dad.
We had such a good weekend. He's my best friend.
Hold on, speaks clearly.
We had such a good weekend together. That's what she's telling her dad later.
He was
Now,
my
what does
best
Collin
friend.
say about what's been going on this day?
He most certainly
She
was
called me
not.
right now because she figured out that I want to take my kids to my parents' house in Georgia for her, and I had to have more for me. I guess me to have a break from her.
He wants to go to Georgia for a break.
This morning?
Yeah, this is probably right around 2 a.m. at this point.
Okay. So what happened today causing her to pick the phone up and call? I guess she called 911. I didn't look.
She found out I was back in my car.
That's what the upset was?
Yes.
That you're going to Georgia to see their grandparents?
Yep.
And your parent?
Yeah, they're my parents.
Okay. And your kid's grandparent.
So Collin is not just talking about leaving; he's actively packing his truck. This isn't just sort of a idle speculation.
That's
He's
a
packing his
trigger.
truck. He's getting ready to
She's
leave.
I think she's
she
extremely
knows that.
controlling.
This is from our interview later on that evening.
He was threatening to take the kids.
Okay.
He said that since I had tried to kill myself a couple months ago, that no judge in the world would give me custody of children. And, he's just packing.
So she says he's trying to take the kids. He's packing the truck. And she said, no judge in the world would give me custody because of her recent psychiatric issues. So she knows he's leaving. He's about to leave. He's going to take those kids.
So right there, she knows that she's admitted that she is not stable enough to be able to look after those kids. So why didn't she let him take them? What was she so concerned about? If she's just admitted that, then obviously he is the better candidate to be in control of those children at that point. I think the defence should have gone a completely different track and gone down the insanity defence instead of self-defence, because clearly I don't think that's even part of it. I think she was the abuser, especially listening to her ex-partner and the father of her other daughter.
She knows she's not going to win this custody battle. So she has to stop him from leaving one way or
Doesn't
another.
have to.
Now, I wish I could stand here and say that nobody would ever accuse anybody of something falsely to gain custody of their kids. But that's not the world we live in.
Really?
She had
Really? It's never happened before. No, that would never happen. No one would ever embellish or make up something in a custody battle. I don't know what they're talking about. Goodness me. Goodness.
had to stop him from leaving. He's packing his truck. He is leaving. She's got to stop him from leaving. And so conveniently, right before he's leaving to Georgia, she says he pushes me down. She wanted him taken to jail. And I think you can see that through her interaction with Hartbarger. Because when she realizes that's not happening, she doesn't fill out the witness statement he gives her because she's not getting what she wanted. Take him to jail, and then I get custody of the kids. So I think that should give you some insight as to her mindset as to how this all transpired. Now, obviously all the body cams you have, and you can watch any of them as you want. I try to be cognizant of your value time. So you saw the interactions between them, and Collin's out there with the little kid, and they're looking at the truck, and they leave. And shortly thereafter, she locks Collin outside in the driveway. Why did she do that?
Not bad.
So I closed the garage doors and I locked the door and took the batteries out of the lock so that he could come in and take the kids.
So she locks him outside so that he can't come in and take the kids. Not because he's threatening me or he's going to hit me or he's going to. She locks him out so he can't take the kids and go to Georgia. That's why she's locking him out. And then he's outside in the driveway.
Get out of the garage.
On a hot summer Florida day. And he later on said, I was fine with being out there basically because I was away from her. And he calls her command. You heard from Mr. Forehand. And he's saying, she's cut off my access to finances. She's taking my credit cards. And he's looking for help. I mean, he's multiple places he's turning to for help. And unfortunately, he didn't get it that day.
Nope.
So he's out there for a while in the heat by himself, probably happy to be out there in the peace and quiet by himself. So at some point, Lainey wakes up, the 3-year-old little girl. She's crying. And so Bree Kuhn takes her, the 3-year-old, outside to Collin. Said Collin can help calm her down.
So I took her out front. And he was still there. So I asked her if she wanted daddy. I gave her his name. And he would talk to me.
So, and I hope you can hear that. Again, at this point, they still have the space heater running, so it's hard to hear. And in here, unfortunately, the louder you turn it up, it gets kind of echoey or staticky. So again, you can listen to that. What she says there is, Lainey was crying. I took her outside. I gave Lainey to Collin. And then she says he wouldn't talk to me. She brings him the child so he can calm her down. And he wouldn't talk to me.
Doesn't want to start another
Shortly
argument.
thereafter, Collin calls 911. He's now locked outside with Lainey. And you heard her on the 911 call. She's crying. She's upset. She's hot. She's bothered. So he's calling saying, look, now I care because we're both locked out. And I want to go back inside with my daughter. Deputy Jameson Lynn arrives and talks to both of them.
Took my photo ID, all my access to money and everything. Okay. And then took the kids inside and locked me up. So they're not outside in my driveway. Okay. For the last couple hours.
Do you live here?
What's that?
Do you live here?
Yeah. We're co-owners for both.
Okay.
Again, I'm locked outside of my driveway. She's taking my stuff. I just want to go in my house.
Something about kids going to Georgia.
Yeah, that was the most
So she cut his.
closest
That's
alligator.
also
But she was mad that I
cutting the finances off is also a form of child abuse as well, because it's parental alienation. She's financially restricting him, which then prevents him having access to the funds, which he'll need to have petrol and, fund his trip to Georgia. So it's like she's the ultimate control freak.
turned off the Wi-Fi last night, so she
Okay.
washed
Piece
my
of work,
laptop
this
and
one.
dishwasher.
Okay.
And that's kind of like the last straw.
You guys,
So is
are
it
you
legal?
guys, are you guys still married?
I mean, for now, yeah.
It's still legal and it's common
Yeah.
property.
Yep.
What's yours is hers and hers is yours, unfortunately.
Yeah, so she's
Well,
not
she was
allowed to
seeing a
stop me
divorce
from
attorney.
entering my house.
If it's your house and you still live here, by all means, you got to enter your home. However, you got to enter your home.
So a couple of interesting things there. When Deputy Lynn asked him if you're still married, you saw Collin sort of involuntarily glance down at his wedding ring and said, for now. And you can see he's just, he doesn't want
At
to
his
talk to her.
wit's end.
Deputy also tells him it's your house. Whatever you need to do, kicking the door, breaking the window, it's your house. You can get in whoever you want.
It's not
The
breaking
other
and
interesting
entering
thing
if
about
you
this
own
interaction
it.
is you see Miss Kuhn there in the background. And she is just staring him down while he's standing there. I mean, look at her body language. Look at what she's doing. She is staring him down. This is less than an hour before she murders him. And she seems very aggravated. And he's just calmly holding his daughter, talking about what's going on. That is a very powerful visual of what is about to happen and what her state of mind is. So then Deputy Lynn talks to her.
What's going on today?
Well, you guys were out here earlier.
I'm
I'm
10-14.
just trying to take my kids to Georgia.
Okay.
I
Are they your kids or are they yours and his?
these two. Well,
Again, first thing she complains, he's trying to take my kids.
You don't own them, darling.
out here because I'm
You're not a trophy.
used to him and I, so I brought her out here so he can help calm her down. He snatched her from me and then started trying to use her to.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
He said, she doesn't want to come in the house unless daddy's there.
Okay.
Being manipulative.
Okay.
It's not a
So-
good impact.
So there, she's telling the deputy, he snatched Lainey from me. You just heard her say she went out there and handed it to him. And then she accuses him of, he's being so manipulative. No, make up your own minds about that. She continues.
Okay. All right. And same thing if you change the locks, he's got every right to get in the house. However, he's got to get in the house. Okay. If he lives here, he's got property here. For the betterment of your daughter, whatever you guys got going on, you got to put aside for the kids. You see what
I
I'm
agree,
saying?
but he told me not to talk to him. So
Okay.
I'm not going to.
Again, she's complaining. He won't talk to me. That's what she keeps complaining about. He won't talk to me.
Because they go around in circles.
We can't say, well, you got to stay out in the front yard for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I just
at the risk of a
I
potential
didn't call
argument.
you. I just came in to
No,
say
I get it. But like I said, I'm letting you know.
Okay.
At some point, we got to put our differences aside for the kids, and we got to say, hey, look,
Yeah.
you got to
Be
guest
an
bedroom,
adult.
I got my room, or vice versa, whatever it is. I mean, if you all sleep in separate rooms, or maybe somebody, take a chill pill and sleep on the couch
Right,
tonight,
he just
which
won't do that. He told me
okay.
not to talk to him.
All right,
So
well,
I want to get my daughter out of the bugs and heat, if that's okay. And I have
I'm perfectly fine with that. But I mean, like I said, it's just something that we got to, I mean, if bringing your daughter inside means he gets to come inside too, that might be somewhere we got to say, look, let's make a compromise. If you want to come inside with her, that's fine. I'm gonna go to the room and I'm gonna close the door and I'm gonna stay here. But at least your daughter's safe and she's not, out here in the road or whatever, or in the heat, getting bug bites or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I'm gonna grab her if he.
Okay. Let me just get some information from you real quick. What's the kid's names?
Kylie.
Is it KY?
KYLIE. It's my
K-Y-L-I-E.
Collin
Okay.
Kuhn. I'm sorry. I really have to go back in because my 4-year-old. Can I just?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Well, if he's gonna wait out here for just a second with her, I'll go inside if you want with you. And
I don't have to alone with her.
okay, well then we can all walk back inside.
Okay.
All right.
I don't want that either.
Okay. Well, I mean that's what I'm saying. But we need to check on the 4-year-old. We want to make sure the 4-year-old.
No, that's fine. My 12-year-old's in there. So.
Okay. All right. So okay. So what's Kylie's
So
last
one
name?
minute she's saying she's not going to get custody. She'll never get custody of the children. But she doesn't trust him outside alone with the daughter that she just took to him for him to calm down.
K-U-H-N.
K-U-H-N. What's the middle name?
Should have one.
We should have one. Okay. What's her date of birth?
May 22nd.
Okay.
He looks
I'll
really
use the
dangerous,
information
doesn't
from
he?
him.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, are you not wanting? I'm just trying to get the names of the kids.
Yeah, no, I gave them to the people earlier.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean,
She's
I'm.
not answering.
So I wanted you to see that longer clip because it's
Get off the
indicative of
phone.
her state of mind and attitude during this whole thing. Again, she's complaining about that he won't talk to her. And then Deputy Lynn, bless him, is trying to propose solutions, compromises, ways to resolve the situation for the betterment of the children. And she is just not interested in any of that. She has no interest in that. And her entire demeanor is just sort of argumentative and combative. Now, if she's that way with a deputy standing there in uniform, what's she going to be like with her husband? I mean, are you surprised that he keeps telling her, I don't want to talk to you? Can you blame the guy? She is just clearly increasingly frustrated with the whole thing because she's not getting her way. I said, she's not interested in a compromise. She wants her way. She wants those kids. She wants him gone. And she's going to see to that.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, in the background, you've got Collin just walking around laughing and playing with Blaney. Does he seem aggravated or frustrated? I mean, he literally said, I'm happy that I'm locked out here in the driveway because I'm away from her.
He's quiet.
This is the situation 45 minutes for the murder. This is what's building and what's leading up to it. Ultimately, Deputy Lynn gets her to agree to let him inside with the child. She then locks him out in the garage. And Collin texts Hardy at 6:13 that he is locked in the garage. And you saw the text messages between Mr. Joyner and Mr. Turner. And Collin saying, she's crazy as hell. And at 6:13, he says, she locked me in the garage. Why? Why does he say? He says, she just locked me in the garage because I wouldn't talk to her. Which, as you've seen, is the thing she keeps complaining about. He won't talk to me, he won't talk to me, he won't talk to me. So then she locks him out in the garage. That's 9 minutes before he calls 911. 6:22, Collin calls 911. You've heard that call? He, on that phone call, is the same way he is at all the times during that day. Whether he's on with 911, whether he's talking to deputies, whether he's being secretly recorded, he's calm, he's rational, he's explaining what's going on. I mean, if anything, he just sounds a little disheartened. And he's relaying to them what's happened. She's locked me out in the garage. You guys have been out here twice today already. And she comes out there and shoots him. And it's so out of place and so shocking and with no context that you heard the surprise of the 911 operator who asked, what was that? Because there was absolutely no context.
Stop that.
When she works for 911, she probably hears a lot on 911 calls. People fighting, screaming, yelling, gunshots. But here there was nothing, absolutely nothing, until he got shot in the back. This is State's Exhibit 12. You can see that door to the garage leading out. And you can see the little Yeti cooler, probably 8 feet from the door, and where Collin was found. Not in the doorway, not by the door. He's well into the garage. What does Ms. Kuhn say about it?
Just for right now, okay?
You're safety for ours, okay?
I'm a murderer.
Listen, you're not listening to me. You're not under arrest right now. You're being detained, okay? We'll investigate.
No, you should arrest me. I killed my husband. Hopefully I just shot him. Maybe he's not dead. He should not be dead.
She says two things there that are supported by all the evidence. One, I'm a murderer. Two, he should not be dead. Absolutely. So let's talk about the injuries that Collin suffered. Gunshot wound to the upper back, comes out of his neck, ends up lodged in his wrist. Breaks his ribs, but this one goes through the trapezius muscles, the cervical vertebrae. Now, obviously we weren't there, we didn't see it. Logical conclusion is that he's either holding the phone or is like this, as the bullet comes in the back, out the neck, and ends up into his wrist. Shot in the back to front.
Hello, Missy.
Second
How
gunshot.
are you?
Again, the
I was hoping you would show up. Just a little bit, maybe. Happy birthday for tomorrow. Yay! Sorry for that interruption, folks. Oop. Oop, what have I done? You showed up at the in the middle of the states. Oops. Oh. The middle of the state's closing arguments. Let me put my banner back up. They're just going through the injuries that Collin sustained.
ring,
So,
ribs, lungs, back to
hope
front.
you have a great day
Comes
tomorrow.
out through the chest. Third gunshot in the right of his back. Again, goes through his right ribs, lung, sternum, exits his chest. Fourth gunshot, then the left lower back, goes through his spleen, goes through his heart, and is ultimately recovered. You heard Dr. Leski's testimony about these injuries, about how each one, likely in and of itself, would have been a fatal gunshot wound. What does that tell
Especially
you?
that last one.
These were kill shots. We talked about premeditation, the circumstances of the killing. What was her intent? How do we know what her intent was? These gunshots tell you her intent. 4 kill shots right to the back.
Yep.
Her intent was very clear. Now you have the pictures, of the autopsy pictures, which I'm not going to put up here. But if you have questions or want to look at them, they're all in evidence. You will see those wounds on his back that the doctor described. They are perfect little circles. I always think sometimes they almost look like cigarette burns, just perfect little circles, look almost harmless sometimes. Those are entrance wounds. Exit wounds he has on his chest, much larger, much more ragged as the bullet comes out. Those are very, very clear. I said, if you have any questions or as to what that evidence shows you, I would urge you to look at those autopsy photos. You would clearly see the difference between entrance wounds and exit wounds. It's night and day. Plus the fact that he's got 4 holes in his back and 2 in his chest. He was shot 4 times in the back. That's what that physical evidence shows. It's very clear. So Ms. Kuhn is taken to the station, interviewed by Detectives Rao and Kelly. Again, that's a fairly long interview. If you want to watch it again, you can. But I did want to just highlight some of the things that she talked about.
She embellished, you mean?
After they left, when I know what.
She starts to pretend to hyperventilate and have a panic attack, you know.
He was in the garage again, and I locked him out. I locked it for some reason. I think to talk to him.
And when they ask her the difficult questions,
No, I locked it out. He was in the garage. I locked him out.
Okay.
But he didn't. He's still in the garage. I was open the door to talk to him. And I tried coming in, so I locked the door, and he kicked my foot and was trying to push to go to the door. And I was
big house,
trying to
lady.
get out. I don't. And then I shot him.
Bullshit.
So her version
Bullshit.
is she locks him out. She went to the door to talk to him, and he tried coming inside.
Yep.
And then was kicking her foot, so she shot him. Now, again, you should be thinking to yourself, I've seen the physical evidence. I've heard the 911 call. That is not what happened.
Nope.
That's clear.
If he doesn't play the 911 call,
But also,
I've got it queued up.
even if her version there is true, right, let's ignore the physical evidence for a minute. Let's ignore the 911 call. Let's just say that version is true. She opens the door. He kicks her foot. She's trying to block him as he comes in. That's still murder. I read to you the self-defense instruction. Imminent danger of death.
I tell it like it is, Cal. It is. It's complete bullshit. It couldn't be any clearer. You can't be facing her, pushing the door in, kicking her foot, and then getting shot in the back as well. It's just like John O'Keefe couldn't get a rear skull injury of 2 inches diameter from a Lexus reversing into him without any injuries below the neck. 1 and 1 doesn't make 3. Confucius say, not add up.
Or great bodily harm. Kicking somebody in the foot doesn't mean you get to shoot them 4 times.
Yeah.
And that's, I said, let's just pretend for a moment all of that was accurate. It's still not self-defense. So that's her story. Now you may ask yourself,
maybe he did a pirouette as well, just like John did. Spun around so that she could lug him 4 times in the back. But he was at least 5 feet away from the door.
why is she telling this story? And the logical conclusion that comes to mind is that she never realized he was on the phone with 911.
She didn't
When
realize
she
it was
opens
being
that door,
recorded.
fires that first shot, and ultimately the phone was found sort of underneath him. She didn't know he was on the phone with 911.
Nope.
And
She
she never
never was
realized
phoned to the police.
difference when he said, she just shot me. He didn't say you just shot me. It didn't occur to her the difference. She didn't know he was on the phone with 911. So she's telling the detectives this, thinking, hey, there's no other witness besides my brother. And this is what happened. She continues.
He was still coming towards me. I don't think I shut the door, and I went. To get my kids, and I took them out of the house.
Went to get a kid.
She is insisting after she shot him, he is still coming towards her. That's just not what the physical evidence shows. But that's her version. He's still coming towards her, even after I shot him. So I had to shut the door, get in the house to get away from him. That's not what the evidence shows. She continues.
Sure. So just to kind
I
of
didn't mean to shoot him. It was at least twice I didn't mean to shoot him, but I did. And he said something, and just the look on his face.
what was the look on his face?
He was gonna kill me.
The look on his face that he was going to
And that's how I shot him.
So, a good bit to unpack in that statement there. She says, I didn't mean to shoot him. She wasn't cleaning the gun and it went off. Okay, she went to the door, shot him 4 times in the back. She's telling the police, I didn't mean to shoot him. You absolutely meant to shoot him and kill him. No matter how you try and describe it, that is crystal clear. I didn't mean to shoot him. Yeah, you did. And then she says, he said something and had this look on his face. He was going to kill me. That sounds good. It sounds like self-defense. He was going to kill me. Well, you know what he was saying because you've heard it. He was speaking calmly in a rational manner. She is sitting there telling he was going to kill me. No, he wasn't. But again, she doesn't know he was on the phone. So in her mind, how would you disprove? And you think about this for a moment. And again, she may have not been aware of forensic pathology, and I don't know how well that's commonly known. So let's ignore forensic pathology for a moment and consider her version here. If Collin was not on the phone with 911, could this version be disproved?
Quite easily.
She's saying he's coming at me. He's gonna kill me. He's kicking me. This is probably what we'd be left with. Luckily, Collin called 911.
If it was facing her, those gunshot wounds, the entrance wounds would be at the front, not at the back. I don't think he's going to play the 911, so I will play it because it's very relevant to that what he's framing there. And if they do end up playing it, I'll just fast forward it. But it is graphic, audibly graphic. So just be aware. Let me just begin. Oh, excuse me. All right, you ready?
Sheriff's Office emergency. Hi, you guys have been out to my house twice today, and then most recently.
Let me just boost that so that you can hear it a little bit better.
The deputy talked my wife into letting me in the house, and then she locked me in the garage, and I tried to break my arm, and I was trying to get back in.
Sounds murderous to me. Sounds extremely frustrated, angry, aggressive. Let's fit in the story.
What's your address, sir? 6184 Kenks, Kenks Drive.
Calm down, calm down. Settle, pedal.
She's currently got me locked in the garage because earlier she broke both of the big doors, and then when I came out here to fix it after getting in the house earlier, she locked the door behind me. And then when I tried to... What was that?
First shot. Didn't hear any discussions in the doorway. Didn't hear any kerfuffles. Didn't hear any arguing. I want to come in. Let me in. Ow, you kicked my foot? No? Huh? Maybe I'm deaf.
You just shot me. Oh, I'm shooting with somebody. She's driving. She just shot him. I just heard 4 shots.
Did you hear any kids screaming? Nope. That right there says it all. You silly woman.
Fortunately, Collin did not call 911 in time to save his own life.
No.
But him calling 911 hopefully will ensure that his murderer does not get away with it. She didn't know all that.
Why did you have the gun when you went to the garage door? Do you know?
I just wanted him to go.
Detective Rowell asked her, why did you go to the door with the gun? The answer is because she wanted to kill her husband. That's clear. She tells him, I just wanted to go. He's locked outside. You're in the house.
He's locked outside.
Okay, that's the opposite.
Sitting on the esky 5 feet from the back door with his back to the door.
Of I just wanted to go. That's, I'm going to go kill my husband. She is sitting there saying, I just wanted to go. This is what she's telling the police. No, she had plenty of options. Now, again, she doesn't have a duty to retreat. She's not legally obligated to leave the house. No. She's saying, I just wanted to go.
But that wasn't an aggravated
you just wanted to go
assault
kill your husband.
Or threat.
That's what she wanted.
I couldn't get in the front door because I had taken out the batteries from earlier.
Front door was locked. Collin couldn't get in the house. He was locked out. She couldn't even get back in the front door.
Hey, Bree, where were your babies at when this went down?
In the bedroom.
They were in my room.
They were in your room? Okay. Do they normally hang out in there, or did you tell them to go to your room?
That goes to premeditation too.
You're not sure? Okay.
I don't know.
You've got 2 small ones and you have a 12-year-old girl? Okay. Where was your 12-year-old at?
With them.
They were with them in your room?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he on the...
All the children are in her room.
Yep.
And again, we're talking about premeditation. Talk about the circumstances behind the killing. All the children are in
I
her
should have
room.
been an attorney.
Her gun is kept in her closet.
Yep.
So again, whether it's 1 minute, 10 minutes, kids are in her room.
The worst thing
Clearly.
for me is that she did that whilst those children were in that house. They would have heard that. They would have heard that. And I guarantee you, they probably saw her taking the gun out of the bedroom as well. Now, they've just been subjected to over 24 hours of their parents acting like absolute teenagers, or her in particular. And now they've got neither parent there. So if she was that worried about her children, then why take their father away from them? And now look at them. Where are they now, Bree? Are they being looked after? Well, you probably never know.
She goes to her room, retrieves the firearm, goes back to the door to kill Collin. That is premeditation. Judge, if you could blank the screen. Now that interview continues, and again, I'm not going to sit here and play the whole thing. You can watch it if you want, because the detectives continue, and they keep asking her very pertinent questions. What was he doing when you opened the door? Where was he standing? Did he have anything in his hands? And every time, she simply avoided the question.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't remember.
I mean, they must have asked her 5 times. Every time, she answers, but says something like, "Oh, I just tried to help him," or "There's so much blood." She does not want to answer those questions. And again, we know why, because we know what Collin was doing when she opened the door. She doesn't want to answer those questions. She doesn't have an answer for those questions.
If you look up the definition of dum-dum in the dictionary, her face is beside it.
Your job now is to evaluate all the evidence you've seen and heard. And I hope you'll see that it's very clear what happened. She's getting increasingly frustrated throughout the course of the day. She's not getting her way. Collin's he doesn't want to talk to her. She knows he wants to take those kids. She knows he's going to win the custody battle. Now, again, premeditation does not mean a logical, calm decision, because obviously killing your husband to gain custody of your children is not a good plan. So premeditation is not planning.
Sorry, I was muted. Click on the StreamYard link that I sent in your email. Not via YouTube. You go in through StreamYard. And you will pop up on the bottom of my screen here. And just let me know if you want to stay backstage or if you want to come up onto the screen.
Or a calm, logical decision. It's just intent, the time for reflection. The evidence shows, again, we'll never know exactly how much time. She locked him out, went and got a gun, went to the door, came back, and shot him in the back 4 times. That's the evidence. And that is premeditated murder. Thank you.
If you turn to approach.
There you go. Just type in chat if you want to come up or not.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a brief recess. We'll try to be back.
A brief recess. Okay. Then we have a sidebar. And then it is the defense. I don't like this defense attorney. Not even a little bit. Oh, sweet. Let me just adjust this 1 second. I haven't got it set to. Un momento, per favore. There we go. Hello.
Hello. That's my
Hello,
best.
Dale.
That's my best Aussie accent. Hello.
Are you on your phone or on a computer?
On my phone.
Okay. That's why your audio is just a little bit
Is it
low.
bad? Is it bad?
I can't hear you in my ears. Hang on, let me see.
Yeah. My husband's upstairs on our computer right now.
I can hear you like as we're talking now, but if you're talking whilst the trial's on, I won't be able to hear you. So
Oh, okay. Okay. I just wanted
type
to pop
something
in and say hi.
Yay! Welcome. Thank you. What have you got planned for your birthday tomorrow?
Oh, my 24-year-old son asked me to go on a little road trip with him. So of course I'm
where
going to
to?
go. Yeah.
Where are
What
you
was
off
that?
to?
Well, we're going to go across the state line and pick up something that's not legal here in Tennessee.
Is that right?
That's right.
So you're going to have a chill day out tomorrow.
I'm having a very chill weekend. Yes.
Take lots of nibblies with you.
I'm going to have lots of snacks this weekend and all kinds of things.
Absolutely. Sounds great.
All right, sweetie. All right, I'll let you get back to the trial. I just want to pop in and say hi.
Okay, Dylan. Thank you.
Bye.
Lovely to talk to you, Dal. Aw, what a sweetie. That were lovely. All right, now let me adjust my settings. Oh dear. I'm gonna have to put the heater on. I think it's absolutely freezing here now. When I started the stream, as you saw, I don't know if you hear, but I was red faced and sweating, having a hot flush, and now I'm I'm freezing. All right, have I got it back to? I think so. All right, I'll start this playing, and I'm going to go put the heater on. I'll be 2 shakes.
Here's the thing. Lack of evidence, and we're going to go through some of this, okay? Conflict in the evidence itself. That's where you get the reasonable doubt from. All right. The state must prove this case a couple of keys. Premeditation. There is no witness no evidence of premeditation. None. He's got a great tale, I suppose. But Bree Kuhn is supposed to put her kids here, and I'm going to get my gun, and I'm going to walk into the garage, and I don't know that he's on with 911, but what difference would it make who he's on with? It makes it a little interesting, obviously, that he's on with 911, but if he's on the phone, that's a witness anyway. I mean, if it's premeditated, wouldn't she wait? I mean, you do it a different way. You just don't go in and I'm going to do it this way, right? If that's this is her scheme, right? This is her, her plan. It makes no sense. There isn't any evidence of that. You can tell afterwards. She's in shock. Everyone says she's in shock. Anybody that came in touch with her, she's in shock. You can tell she's in shock. You're not in shock if you deliberately, intentionally, and more importantly, planned to kill somebody. You're in shock if you run somebody over in the road and you're surprised. That's the shock. Man, she must be the greatest actor in the world because, sorry, I've got a little cold too. 1 minute, she's this, I'm going to plan it out. I'm going to put the kids here. I'm going to go get my gun. I'm going to They're just going to go in and shoot him. And then the next minute, she's saying, why isn't somebody, an ambulance? Is he dead? It's kind of what happened. And then, slashing out, if he's dead, I'm a murderer. And it's all haywire up there, right? If this is premeditated, I mean, she's going to shoot him. She's going to have a different demeanor. What happened after the shots? What did she do? She gets her kids. This is all about her kids. You know how many times she said kids in this trial? In this, trial, through the evidence, if you listen to all the body cams and so forth? 70 times. 70 times. This entire case is about her protection of her children. The number one instinct that human beings have: mother protecting kids. Number one. Okay. Sorry, I've got some notes here, obviously. All right, let's kind of walk through it all. Right? Walk through it all. Let's get to know these two. First, let's take us to Key Largo. The couple goes to Key Largo. Now, it's interesting that the brother has to come along. He said, yeah, they kind of wanted me there to temper anything. All right. So there's, friction. And what do we learn from that? We learn that Collin says we're both psychopaths and narcissists. Right. So keep that in the back of your mind. Additionally, he has 100% disability from brain injury. Keep that in the back of your mind. Now, let's move then to get to know Collin a little better with the suicide attempt. There's no contradiction to this evidence. Eric Kuhn realizes that his sister has taken a bottle full of pills, drank a significant amount of wine.
That's better.
He calls down to Collin. Right? This is how much Collin cares for this woman. What in the world is he doing? He knows she's upstairs, had just taken the pills and the wine. And Eric says, hey, you called EMS, right? No. What? And then we're supposed to believe that this guy is a good husband and it's all her. That's crazy. If that call didn't exist between those guys, and if this suicide didn't happen and it's all just made up, Mr. Alderman would be giving you proof of that. Now let's talk about Eric Kuhn. Do you think for a minute, if his testimony, because we're going to talk about his testimony here in a little bit coming up, and I've already referenced him a couple times.
Bullshit.
Some of you might be thinking, well, how was he such a great historian? Do you think for a minute, if he was going to fly in here, right? And we brought him here. State didn't. Kind of important. He's the only, I guess, other than the 911 caller, but he's the only other witness. You would think that if it's all orchestrated, man, we'd have had it down, right? We'd have had it tight. He's doing the best he can. Do you think that he would have said, no, that, I realized then that, my sister kind of laughed and said she was a psychopath too. I mean, right? It would have been, we would have gotten a lot more out of that, but it was important for him to talk to you because clearly when you go back and you listen, there's a struggle going on there. The guy's doing the best he can. His sister ends up getting arrested.
Guy's doing the best he can to recall what his sister told him to say or what she elaborated and acted out and acted on the phone to him prior to the unaliving.
And we want to browbeat him over some choice of words that really, okay.
Choice of words. Truth, lie. Choice of words, interpretation. It's all in the interpretation, people.
The point of all of that is he heard what he heard and he did his best to describe it.
Yep.
But he's not watching it. He's not seeing it.
Nope.
So no, you don't just reject his testimony because he gets some words wrong that really
gets the timeline wrong.
No one's in here. I mean, we're not in here saying that
he gets the people present wrong, the events wrong.
Collin was trying to kidnap, his kids or kidnap, his stepdaughter. So what is that? What does any of that matter, right? What does any of that matter? All right. We've got apparently a woman who diabolically, right, planned this, this crime.
Diabolically, that's
right?
a
She's
word.
got suicide attempts, 2 Baker Acts, hospitalizations.
Yeah, she cray.
She's doing the best she can, but she's got she's got some issues. She's not scheming this whole thing, right? She's not. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to first call the police, and then this is going to happen.
Really?
And that's going to happen. And ultimately, I'm just going to, go in and shoot him. That makes no sense.
It does to me. Exactly what happened.
Obviously,
you're getting paid by her.
And why we're here to a large degree in terms of the why. The police. Okay, the police.
Oh, it's the police's fault now.
She cries out for help to them. She's relying on them.
What about Collin?
She's
He called too.
Raped. And for anybody that thinks a husband can't rape his own wife, well,
of course it can.
Go back to about 1950.
Did she charge him?
Right. Those kinds of thoughts.
Yeah.
Obviously.
It's a load of shit.
And she calls the police. She's had enough. She
Does she charge him? Does she go down and have a rape get done? No. She's just bolstering her story. Then she can reflect back on it and claim self-defense. Except she was too dumb to think of the directionality of the bullets. And she didn't stage the crime scene very well at all. Bye-bye.
gets thrown around, thrown on the ground, and she makes a call.
Oh, did we see all those bruises and stuff? Oh.
They get there, and it's really kind of just a checklist deal that they go through. And while you got the kids,
it's the police's fault because they methodically went through everything. I'm going to have to mute him in a second, or I'm going to have to mute myself.
running everywhere too, which is odd, right? She's giving her, she's telling the cop that she was battered. And he's saying, you have to have signs of the injury, and this is Hartbarger, obviously. You have to have signs of the injury. Can't do anything about that. She says, while her kids are there, right? So she can't really get into too much detail. But so she says,
She can put the kids in the bedroom to unalive her husband, but she can't put the kids in the bedroom to speak to the police officers who have attended many domestic violence call-outs. And if they didn't press charges against him because they didn't have any evidence or any obvious signs of physical injury, maybe, just maybe, they might be a better judge.
Was also raped.
Can't do that if he's locked outside.
Had he already made up his mind? Was it?
And the kids were in the bed. The kids were all in the bed with them.
I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to check this thing, and I'm going to head out. If he had heard that, well, there'd be a rape kit. There'd be action taken. At least the two would have been separated. No.
If they really thought that it was a DV, they would have.
And conveniently, well, I didn't hear.
What was convenient?
That's too bad, right? That's too bad because we rely on the police. She was relying on the police.
It's the police's fault. Of course.
They turned her back on her.
Was this companion?
Now, in terms of the sequence, we didn't see the body cam of Quick until yesterday, and that, that's fine. But that one is interesting, and they say the devil is in the details. When Quick is talking to Collin, he's explaining to him why people can't go to jail. They're not going to take anybody to jail. You have to have marks and so on. And he says,
mumble a bunch.
One of you is going to have to snap first.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay. One of you is going to have to snap first. Is that what? Meanwhile, we've got Bree inside saying, I guess he's just going to have to, I'm going to have to let him punch me in the face, I suppose. I'm going to have to.
Oh, no.
Give in.
He's saying, hang on a second. I've got to remember the passcode so that I can cut him off on the bank account so he can't go.
Into his aggressions. Do you think that this situation where the police go, the testimony of the evidence is 5 times in total, do you think that this situation is harmony? It's pretty reasonable to think that there's some physical going on.
Yeah.
Right.
And I guarantee I know which way it was going. But even so, the police attended 5 times. At no point in those 5 times, well, in the 4 previous, did they witness or believe, obviously, that any physical altercations had occurred, because they can do the protection order on her behalf. She doesn't actually have to, well, I think that's the case in America. Over here it is. The police actually will, if they think that there is an imminent danger, they will take out the protective order, regardless whether the victim wants it or not. And so often, you go to court, or you get served with an interim order, and then you go to court, and of course the victim's there saying, well, I don't want him to be charged, because that's the cycle that happens with abuse, which is why the police over here do it on their behalf. And they do that when they know, or when they have enough evidence to prove that there has been an episode of DV. So if they've attended 4 times prior and acted on nothing, none of her assertions or allegations or anything like that, that tells me a lot. And yes, the last guy did say, but he was explaining that you're just going around in circles and around in circles, and generally it ends up in someone snapping or someone crossing the line. And that's exactly what happened. She was the one that crossed the line. And I think for the whole 24 hours at least prior to that, she was bolstering her own case, recording with the phone down by her side, planting words, making statements out of the blue about him, and just like trying to rile him. I didn't hear him aggressive once, not once. Even when he was talking to the police. Mm-mm.
Anyway, back to Quick and Collin. Someone's going to have to snap.
Mhm.
But you know what is interesting, and I didn't catch this until, I don't know, believe it or not, a couple days ago. So you've had this thing for 3 years.
I should have
You
taken
prepare
the
in
kick straight
earnest
off
when
them
you get
both.
closer to a trial, obviously. When Collin is, again, talking to Quick, Quick says, again, we're going to have to see some objective sign of injury, kind of the same thing that's going on with Hartbarger inside. Look for it. Watch it again. Collin pauses, and you can see the wheels turning.
Oh,
He's like,
really?
maybe. Actually says, maybe it's worth doing that. Maybe it's worth doing that.
Excuse
And
me?
so now what does he have? He's got
Wait,
someone's going to have to snap, and
the fuck?
his wheels are spinning. Okay, I
Why
see
are
now
you
how
objecting?
I've got to play this thing out. Now another key points is when the police get there. Collin's sitting out front. I mean, he's waiting for this. Thank you for showing up so quickly, my man. She called the police on you. Quick says to him, tell me what's up. Well, first he says, you want like he had two versions, right? You want my line by line, or you want my summary? I mean, he's ready to go.
Oh.
He starts off with, she's tried to commit suicide. She's crazy. She's been Baker acted.
Sure.
And there's a minute or two where Quick is like, all right, man, I get it, but tell me what happened to cause her.
He's telling them what her state of mind is like, and she has weapons in the bedroom. He is a Marine. That is his duty to tell them that there is a potential for danger. Had he not done that, and she pulled a weapon out on them, she'd be in the same place she is now, I suppose. So.
Her to call today. So Collin wants to deliver that. That's not the most interesting part of all this. The most interesting part of all this is never heard of this. Collin realizes the police are coming, right? So he's poised, he's ready to go, he's going to report all the problems. She's the mental health.
Yeah, that's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
He changes his clothes. All right.
It's hot. He's been sweaty.
When he talks about it, he says, yeah,
no shorts, no pockets.
I got into some shorts that don't have any pockets.
Yeah. What is so funny about that? He knew exactly when they asked him to lift up his shirt what they were looking for. They were looking for weapons. He then just states, because he was a Marine, that he doesn't have any pockets. In other words, I don't have any weapons on me. I'm not a threat. He's been locked outside in the heat for hours prior to being locked in the garage. He was locked out in the sun. And it's odd that he wants to change his sweaty clothes. I need a Valium stat.
And right after that, I put my gun in my car.
Yeah, he's telling them he doesn't have a weapon on him and it's in the car. Oh. This guy is an absolute fuckwit. Fuckwit, I tell you. Fuck. Oh, hang on. This guy is an absolute fuckwit. Yes, I said it. Fuckwit. Sorry. Yes, I dropped the F-bomb. Meh.
Tell you. You know, he walks around the house strapped, man. He walks around the house armed.
I'm going to object.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Overruled for now.
Go back and
Go back and watch it. Oh, dare ya.
Go back and watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Pockets.
We just did.
I don't have any pockets. Put my gun. Why would you be? If your gun is in a safe place where it should be, why in the world would you be putting it in your car? Where?
To get it away from your cray what?
That the kids end up in.
Oh,
right?
but it's all right for them to be in the bedroom.
This whole thing is about her.
There's a shotgun and a pistol in the bedroom that she's got the kids in.
Trying to protect her kids.
Somebody.
And we've got him taking this gun,
do it.
putting it on the dashboard. The kids end up in there. What? But we're supposed to just believe everything
Oh my God.
that we can through. Which, by the way, I'm going to get back into this later. When he calls the police.
Not the poor kangaroo. It's him. Oh. Yeah. Something to do with his vocal cords anyway. Oh.
He says, she tried to break my arm.
She probably did.
There's zero evidence of that.
No.
Number two,
what's good for the goose? It's good for the gander.
If Bree has made this whole thing, up, I guess at one point she's hitting herself.
You know what? The brother proved that.
But you don't see any marks on her. I mean, she's going to hit herself. She's going to go to that much trouble. And it just.
You know what? It's a well-known fact that people will do anything to get away with murder. Don't tell them. There's too many fuckwits out there.
It doesn't add up, right? She's going to go to that much trouble,
Yeah.
hitting herself,
Yeah.
but then shoot him. It's a train wreck, man. It's a train wreck. I'm gonna get back into that.
Oh, don't, please.
Back into
Just
that later on.
www.zipit.com.
Where I am now is, why is he calling 911? Because he's locked in his garage? This guy's a Marine. Dude, you're locked.
Oh my God, no. He's going down the wussburger route. You what a wussy. He's ringing 911. He's locked in the garage. He's a Marine. Toughen up. Harden up, princess. Right there. To you, Mr. Defense Attorney.
In your own garage? I guess, the other Marines would probably have some fun with that.
Oh, fucking hell.
You can't get through the door in your house? And by the way, locked in the garage, devil's in the details. When you listen
Devil's in the details.
to this, he's locked in the garage, it always turns into he's locked out of the house.
Yeah.
She takes the batteries out of the front door, but it's a modern home. You push the button, you get out. And she opened the door. All right.
Put the batteries out.
Back to why's Collin calling the police?
Now he's a weak, wussy Marine. He's not strong enough to open the door. He's a pussy and a whinger because he can't. Fucking hell. Oh, hello, Bryce. Sorry, I didn't see you. Speaking of punching kangaroo, what's the going price for a reskin in Melbourne? Oh, I don't know. You probably get one for free out in the country because they tend to cull them when the numbers get too big. So yeah, that came out of left field, Brian. Are you listening to this rubbish? This this verbal garbage that's coming out of said thing in suit. I can't even call him an attorney because that's. Hopefully, he doesn't go on for much longer. Please tell me he doesn't, because yeah, I'm not packing, but I would happily. Oh my God, he's still going. Yeah, I would happily go on buy one. Australia got back upstairs. What? Please explain. I not understand. Oh, just got back upstairs. Okay. All right. Well, yeah. So this is the defence's closing arguments. And according to him, it's the police's fault because they basically just did, a checklist of things, which means they methodically investigated what was happening. They didn't arrest him for any domestic violence on the 4 previous calls in the 24 hours leading up to the crime, because there was no evidence of any physical injuries whatsoever on her. And then it's the fact that he is not only he called 911 because he's locked in the garage, but he was a Marine, so he's a wussy Marine now because he's calling 911. He's a Marine. Like, get over it. And then he was saying that, it was just a door. Why didn't he just break the door? So now he's a weak Marine who's a wuss complaining because he's locked out of his house. And the police didn't arrest him. Oh, and that's right, he changed his clothes. That was very odd. It's odd. He changed his clothes. It's odd because he was locked out prior to being in the garage in the sun, in the heat for hours. And maybe he got a bit sweaty. And then when he made it out, when the police turned up the very last time, he had his singlet top and his shorts on that he changed into. And he said, okay, all right, she's got mental health issues and she has 2 weapons in the bedroom. So he was telling the police that there could be potential for danger. Then they asked him to lift up his singlet top, and he knew exactly what they were looking for. And so he lifted up his shirt to show them that there was nothing there, and he said, and I've got shorts on that don't have pockets. In other words, I'm not armed. And then he said, my weapon is in the vehicle. And so the defense attorney is now saying, well, those kids ended up in that car, and why would he have changed pants that had no pockets in them, and rah, 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 rah. It wasn't safe for the kids to be in the car with this weapon. But he omitted to mention that they were in the bedroom with her with a shotgun and a handgun. Yeah. Save it to say, I want to punch him in the face. Yep.
Well, she tried to break my arm. Where along the line did that happen? I guess Bree's hitting herself, but
yeah, she was.
She's not physical with Collin. We have no idea. We have no idea what in the world is going on moments before.
Yeah, we do. We've got a phone call
that apparently she conveniently doesn't know that he's on the phone.
No.
We have no idea.
Yeah, well, she doesn't know because she's locked him out. But she thinks he's on the phone to the police department, not 911. She don't think he's being recorded. Then she tells them a whole lot of rubbish when she's interviewed.
Yeah, right? We've got the brother trying to do the best
Yeah,
he can.
exactly.
Obviously, you can hear.
When you don't have a defense, that's
But-
what you do. It's
What's
all
he
fun.
said, right?
Yes.
He said this.
Do you know what?
If he,
It's a good thing I'm in Melbourne and not over. Where is it? Oh, it was in Florida. Of course it was. Everything happens in Florida.
you go back to, he's thinking, I see now what I have to do. If we're gonna talk about, take some liberties, the whole scheme that Mr. Alderman went through, that whole scheme.
Being the truth.
How about he's calling 911? Why? Because he wants to call 911, be the guy that made the call, because it's about to go down.
Oh.
It's about to go down.
Oh, he's a psychic now.
What other reason is he calling 911?
Because
That
he's
it's
locked
armed,
out
that
of the
there's
house,
zero
you
evidence
dickhead.
of? Bree knows it's about to go down.
She does.
She says later he gives a look.
Premeditated.
Yeah, she's seen that look before.
That's right. Yeah. Her statement was, he was still coming at me after I shot him with a look like he was going to murder me. But the bullet's entrance wounds, all 4 of them were in his back. But he was pushing the door in and trying to get in the house and kicking her foot at the same time as she shot him. You're a dickhead.
She knows that look. What do you think's going to happen after he hangs up that phone?
He doesn't get a chance.
She knew. I mean, it's on now. Look, he's got it set up, right? He called 911. Something goes down. She's done.
Yeah, he does.
Mental patients. There's evidence that he calls 911.
Yeah, there is.
It works, right? It's not. You got it.
Oh, it was part of his elaborate plan. I'm going to get her on tape killing me. Yep. That explains it. No, fuck. What was I thinking?
To get past this whole thing, to convict her,
It's just bullshit.
you got to answer that question. Why is he calling? Why is he calling?
No, I object. This is a statement.
Yeah,
I'll sustain the objection as phrased.
it's just bullshit.
Here's the thing.
Here's the
Again,
thing.
Mr. Alderman's going to say, all I have to do is hit these points, right? It's real simple, right? The
Why?
example was the cake, I think. I'm sure he said. The egg, the flour, the milk, that's what you need to make a cake. It's 3 things. And these are just the things that I need. Well, can we please ask if the egg's really an egg? If the milk's expired? I mean, can we get behind the evidence a little bit? All right.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's get behind the
No,
evidence.
I'm jumping around. I don't mean to be necessarily doing that.
You're cray as your client.
Okay. Obviously, I've said some things. All right.
That are incorrect, that are dumb.
What do we know about the night before? It all matters. Collin is so concerned that Bree is going to hurt the kids, or Collin doesn't. He's going to take these kids. And by the way, this is why I'm jumping around, because I digress. Shouldn't do that.
That's because.
But by the way, is it lost on anybody that what the Marines do? They extract people. Bad guys.
Oh.
Right? We all know this.
Oh, so he should have escaped. He
If
should
he
have
wants
escaped.
to take the kids, take the darn kids.
Oh, so now he is. Well, he should have been an inconsiderate parent and just taken the kids. Heaven forbid that he put those children's, let's just drag them out kicking and screaming because she's going to hang on to them. She ain't giving them up easy. Let's let's not go that way and put up with her shit. Mm.
Take the kids. No, you're not interested in that. It's to
I'm not interested in that.
hang out.
No,
Man. To hang
no.
out in this
Yeah.
harmonious situation. Cop said, you want to take them.
Mm.
The Marine who's
Or the
locked in his own
weak
garage
Marine
can't seem to extract a
himself.
couple little kids. Anyway, the night before, Bree is asleep, snoring.
Hang on. Back that fucking train up, mister. Back the caboose. After 2 hours of, this is like now 2 a.m., turning the TV full bore and him turning it down, her turning it up and turning it down, her turning it up. Then she gets sick of him turning it down because he wants to go to sleep. So she goes and gets her mobile phone and blasts rap music. And then falls asleep and starts snoring at 2 a.m. So then he decides he's going to turn the telly off. But we'll skip that. So, but she's asleep.
Now, Collin, again, where do we get all this from? We get it from Collin talking to Quick.
No.
And you can go back and look at it. But at first, Collin says, yeah, it was physical last night. I got physical. I went in to the bed. Bree is snoring. I think it's around 2 a.m.
Yep.
She has her arm around one of the kids.
Yep. Oh.
And he's.
Oh, that's right. Remember? The kids were in the bed with them. She didn't trust him to leave him alone with them, and he didn't trust her to leave alone with them. So they stuck the kid in the bed with them. And apparently she got raped as well.
So concerned, I guess, that this snoring person with her arm around her child is going to hurt the child. Takes the kid. You come with me. You're going to sleep on the couch. Also, they get into this major fight because the volume's too high. I mean, the world's going on.
Just put it on mute, right? This is just verbal diarrhea.
Look, I mean, she had the volume too high. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut off the Wi-Fi. You see, you get the theme.
Well, there's the motive right there. I mean, the end of the story. Let it go. Let it go. He deserved it. Cut off the Wi-Fi after 2 hours of arguing with her because he wanted to go to sleep. No wonder. So unreasonable.
It's continued torment and dominance.
Yeah, by your client.
I try to commit suicide. You didn't even call EMS. It's
everyone else's fault but hers. Yeah, that cycle.
The battered wife.
You want my reproach?
Okay.
Okay.
Please do. Please do. Because I can't listen to you anymore. Oh, shiny suit man. Shiny suit man. I'm glad he didn't do the closings because I don't like him either. But this is just rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I'm surprised the state hasn't objected more. Maybe they're just letting him tie his own.
Yeah, I'll withdraw the objection.
Oh, news.
Okay. I think you get the idea.
Yeah, we do.
Building.
Yeah.
And until, somebody snaps.
Yep. Still not an excuse.
Like that director, I forget his name. Shows you bits and pieces of the movie and moves around. Not the best way to deliver it, but
that would be.
Now let's get back to the failure of the police to protect this woman. We have Deputy Lynn, who comes back, and he's the, let me just cast my hand over these troubled waters. You two really just need to get along. You'd think that in today's society, computerized and all, that before going to this place, he would, he'd look and see, have we been here before? And he'd pull it up, and
well, maybe they did.
He would have some knowledge of it. There'd be, it'd be comprehensive, right?
You'd also think that 4 separate calls with 4 different sets of officers all made the same assessment. Not one of them believed any of the bullshit she was saying. On 4 different occasions with multiple.
He shows up. He doesn't know what happened. Doesn't know what happened before. Now this time, Collin's the one.
You know what? Sometimes police say that to people so that they don't show any bias, but I'm pretty sure they would have read up on the record.
Who calls? Why does he call? He wants to get another call in, right? Ultimately, this is going to come to a head, man, and he wants his calls in. And his call this time,
isn't allowed to call 911.
I'm out here in the street. Can she keep me locked out of my own home? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Imagine if the answer is, well, yeah, if you're out and she's in there, the law is that you're done, man. It could be a day, it could be a week. Game over. What? Who does that?
Yeah. Who does that?
Well, people that want to kind of give a blow by blow what's going on, right?
Oh.
So we got Lynn there. He's talking to Collin. Possession's 9. It's actually 9 points of the law. I don't think most people know that, but it's not 9 cents. But what does that make? He's telling him, take the kids.
Someone lock him out of the courtroom.
Take the kids. It's not, not possession's 9 cents. You can.
Bailiff, taser to the back of the head. Come on. He deserves nothing less. Get it out. Shut him up.
Break the window and go in. At the same time, he's like, listen. We just gotta.
So now yes, I get it. He's got every right to break into his own home. It is not breaking and entering. It's his home. But can you imagine if he's got to beat down a door or break a window, what effect that would have on those children inside that home? Maybe perhaps that's what's going through his mind. I don't want to aggravate the situation any further because that's just going to trigger her even more. So he sits quietly down on his esky in the garage, and after a few hours, he gets pretty darn sick of that because it's hot out there. But he's not allowed to call 911 because he's a big, tough Marine. And now he just wants to get it on the record. He's ringing them because he's plotting it out. Because, his ultimate plan is to catch her unaliving him on the phone. Yep. That's the big plan. That's what he was insinuating.
Everybody's got to get along. Well, he goes to talk to Bree, and he delivers the same kind of spirit of everybody's just got to get along. I mean, wouldn't that be great, right? We can call the police.
Has wants nothing to do with it.
A priest or a counselor. Anyhow.
Oh.
He goes to Bree and he says, man, you just need to talk, man. You get along.
He won't talk to me.
And then she keeps saying he won't talk to me.
Yeah.
I mean, is that the motive here for this whole deal?
No.
She's so worked up that he won't talk to her. And I kind of lost track in the beginning of Mr. Alderman's deal. I don't know if he was trying to say that that Collin was willing to talk or not willing to talk, but you can hear on the video where she's saying, hey, can we talk? Can we talk? I mean,
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah,
woman who the next.
and then the video that she had running in her hand as she was walking, that she was recording whilst she was trying to play the game, to set up her story. That in itself was obvious. Oh, no, I just happened to, must have bumped the record button whilst I was walking with my mobile phone and was asking him all these questions and stuff.
Next day is going to premeditated murder.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm a jumper, right? I'm a jumper.
No, you're a wanker.
But Lynn's talking to her, and you just need to work it out. How in the world can you work it out? You know, you won't talk to me. But somehow, in this murder trial, that's where the state is. And for those who think that, man, this is easy, what are we doing here? We listen to the.
Do you know what?
Bangs.
Do you know what? Actually, the police should have probably done, because of the length of time that this argument and this contention was going on. They should have contacted CPS and had those children removed from both of them. Children can't look after children. Right, we're going to take away what you're arguing over. When you've sorted it out, we'll decide who gets them back.
She shot him. She said she shot him. She said she was a murderer.
Yeah.
So it's over, right? What are we doing here? No, man. No. You're going to follow your oath. You're going to go behind the evidence. You're going to wonder why are we talking about this? I guess it's a motive.
You don't need a motive.
And again, small detail, but an interesting one, under the theme of the police don't do anything to help her.
Oh.
Right? I get the argument, right? I get the argument. Well, the police didn't shoot him. No, man. It's all this torment leads her to call. Who in the world is going to say they were raped? If it's just,
Maybe someone who's mentally unstable, perhaps. And maybe someone that is that mentally unstable, that is premeditating the demise of her husband, perhaps. Just food for thought.
Just I get him out of here, kind of thing. It's all building up. And Lynn, this is a good one. This is a good one. Lynn says, if you need anything, just call us. She gives a little bit of a laugh. And I do too. Oh, I'll be sure to do that. Hell, I've called you. I've told you. You haven't done anything. Came down and you let my kid go look at your car. That's a nice enough thing to do. Nice guy. Nice guy. But do your job, man. Before I forget.
I wonder if those officers are in the courtroom right now. Because if they are, you might want to get an escort out. Just saying.
Of course, Lynn comes back after the shooting, right? And, it's his body cam that we're seeing, when Bree's like catatonic.
Catatonic.
Bravo. Good job. Win this case, going to send you to Hollywood. And talk about Florida. Lynn says to her, okay, Rebecca. He didn't even get her name right.
Didn't get her name right. Well, then.
I'll tell you. Because it shows an absolute and utter indifference in the way she was treated. Rebecca. He didn't even call her Brenda, right? Bonnie. He didn't even get the B right.
No, what B I'd like to call you.
Here's the thing. As a
Hang
lawyer.
on. Here's the thing. I'm sure I've got something for this. I just thought of it then. Surely I've got something for this. I have to. What about this one?
I can't hold my tongue. These kids are my grandchildren, and you are raising them wrong. They're terrible boys.
Shut up, Chip, or I'll go ape shit on your ass. I'm gonna scissor kick you in the back of the head.
And when this defense attorney does go home tonight, this is how his evening is going to end. You ready? Wait for it.
Help me, Jesus! Help me, Jewish God! Help me, Allah! Ah! Help me, Tom Cruise!
Yep, because that's what he deserves.
You're defending somebody in a murder case. You may say, man, what does that have to do with anything? I mean, you're just nitpicking, man. You're just nitpicking. That's part of my oath to bring that up. So I apologize to anybody who just, kind of wants to get out of here. I pray.
I want to get out of here, and I'm not even there.
You're not there.
I pray that you get home safely.
All right.
No, I don't.
With Lynn, she says, I locked him out because I didn't want to have this argument in front of the kids. Now, for anybody that thinks that, Bree is at a point where she thinks that Collin's going to hurt the kids, well, then, I think it'd be fair game to say, well, then you got to take the kids out, right?
Yeah, that particular time frame, that time period, that body cam footage he was talking to. Yeah, Collin is in the background playing quite nicely, pleasantly with the daughter. Nice and quietly, while she's busy hurling accusations and telling them that she doesn't trust him, she won't go inside because he can't be trusted with the children on his own. Whilst in the presence of police officers. And he's happily playing with his daughter in the background.
Quite there.
But yes,
Quite
that's
there.
one thing I do agree with him. Those kids should have been taken away long before that.
There. Because she brings her daughter up. So if anybody thinks that's like an aha, I mean, she's trying to function, right? She's trying to function. She's trying to some interaction with her father. I mean, it hasn't reached quite the boiling point yet. All right.
I would have loved to be in that jury deliberation room.
A lot of this I've covered. I apologize to be so note bound. Normally I'm not.
You mean being so full of shit?
All right, a lot's been made about, what Bree said afterwards.
You mean the bullshit?
If any among you don't think that this woman's in shock, then I got a lot of work to do.
Was there any medical evaluation or testimony or evidence in that? If she was in shock, why didn't they get her treated? You can't have someone testify and give a statement if they're in shock. They might need treatment. That's not admissible in court.
She's clearly in shock.
He's clearly lying.
She gathers her kids afterwards. She goes and stands. Remember, this is premeditated.
Yeah, it is.
She goes and stands, huddles up, I guess, with the kids.
Yes? What do you know?
Jumper. After she checks on her husband, that she intentionally
She checked on him, did she?
reflected is what the element is.
I thought she said she went and grabbed the kids and ran to the neighbour. She didn't know if he was dead. She said, I shot him. Is he dead? I don't know. He shouldn't be dead. So if she checked him, she would know that, wouldn't she?
Reflection. Anyway, after that, she gets the kids, goes over to the neighbor's house. And again, what are the heading of she's not quite right. She's in shock because why is that important? Because so much that she said in the interview is now, this beacon of information.
Yeah.
And she's standing out there huddled up with the kids at a neighbor's house that she doesn't really even know.
Ooh.
They never said they knocked on the door or anything. She's just standing there. She's white as a ghost. Talk about objective.
Why does it go to the day before? What happens when you have auburn hair?
Signs, right? It's an objective sign of shock, obviously.
Oh,
and
you're a doctor, are you?
What is her concern? What's the theme?
Can I get away with it?
Torment. The theme is all she really cares about
is herself.
Is her children.
No.
So she says to the different neighbor, I'm not as good with the names as Randy is.
No.
Like that old guy that
Not good with anything.
calls his kids by different names. And will you take care of my kids? Will you take care of my kids?
Yeah, who's looking after them now?
What's going on there, man? What's going on there? She's
scrambling.
The abusive relationship. I mean, so why didn't she just divorce?
Oh, stop, Jody. He's making you eat M&Ms. That's how bad it is.
She's not going to get custody, and she said something about he said to her, "No one's going to believe you. You're a crazy bitch," and I'm not going to get custody and stuff. Well, she sure got custody from Special Agent Hardy, right? And the theme is the torment. The theme is that this woman really just cares about her kids.
Bullshit.
This diabolical killer
Bullshit.
who says 70 times, kids.
Yeah. Control freak.
And then, she's at the car and what she says there is being used against her. She's, can you imagine? Right? Can you imagine? Whoa, why isn't there?
So, what's being said that the car is being used against her? I should be arrested. I'm a murderer. I just shot my husband. No, don't use that against her. No, not that bit. And don't use the 911 call, for heaven's sake, because you know that.
Check out. This person that intentionally killed her husband.
Yep.
But
an accident might be one bullet. Intentional is probably 4.
She says she's a murderer. There you go. That's an admission. Let's wrap it up. Let's go. I don't know which officer it was. I probably would forget her name anyway. But she says, look, don't say anything right now. Don't say anything right now. Why? Well,
because
maybe she hasn't been
have an
Miranda rights by then, but man, please love when suspect. When people talk, right? I love it. But finally, there's a drip of compassion.
Oh.
Female benefits. There's no saying it.
What was that? What did he just say? Female benefits. Hang on. He might have just pushed me over the edge. 1 second. Yeah. What the actual?
Suspect. When people
Oh, hang
talk,
on. He's complaining that they tell her to stop talking because they haven't read her Miranda rights.
right? I love it. But finally, there's a drip of compassion
Mm.
in the female officer. Female.
Oh, lucky. From the female
That's what
officer.
I'm saying.
All right.
Haven't seen it in 35 years. Good for you. A little late.
What?
Good for you. Well, where are we, right? We're in.
The police haven't shown her any compassion in 35 years now. Man. You need a napkin because that shit is running down your chin and onto your tie, sir, at a rapid rate. Go clean yourself up. Don't embarrass yourself anymore. It's done.
The area now of he's in shock. So when she goes to the interview, I don't know, maybe it's me, but get this.
What the fuck?
I hate to tell people that they didn't do a good job in their profession.
Oh, really?
Really? You're going to let this fan blaze the whole time? That's not interviewing 101, right?
Okay. All right. So now, because she was cold and they brought her a heater fan into the room because she was cold and a jacket, they didn't do their job because that's not how you interview people because it was too noisy. Those police are so inept.
But what has happened in this case is that
your client is a liar and a murderess. That's it. Zip it.com. When a liar comes along, you must zip it.
everything that she has said there
is a lie.
Is now being, dissected.
Yeah.
Looked at under a microscope. She said that, so it fits back here, and with the sources that what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Again, she's in shock, right?
Okay.
If somebody took the witness stand and they were in shock, the judge wouldn't even let them. People, this is a murder case.
Yeah,
right? Somebody came in and they were not of the right mind.
Nope.
Whatever was going on, they wouldn't be able to testify. But we're looking back at Bree in this interview, and we're picking everything apart. I get it. He's got a hard job. He's a great lawyer.
You're not.
But don't let the fact that he's a great lawyer turn into and result that she's this diabolical, murderer. It just doesn't make any sense, right? So you gotta.
No.
See, that's the thing. No.
It's not the prosecutor's fault that she offed her husband. It's not the police's fault that she offed her husband. It's not anybody else's fault but hers.
He's trying to sell you a car A. I'm trying to sell you a car B. Obviously, you're gonna. You have to make a choice, but you gotta look at everything, step behind everything, examine everything.
Leaving a trail of turds behind
her. She said in the interview. There's a time in the interview where you can kind of tell she's in her own world.
Yeah, because she's crazy.
Yeah, they're asking questions. She's not even addressing the question.
No, she's ignoring him.
Where's her head most of the time? Is he dead? And I guess that's orchestrated.
Yep, it is.
That's your old tell us. She got a genuine concern of, where her kids are,
Now.
which dovetails back into
Oh, God, he's still going.
the whole theory that
56.
the concern is
Oh,
the safety of the children when this guy's,
30 minutes of this.
I'm going to suggest to you, I get an objection, walking around
No object.
with a pistol. And
Yes,
that,
Your Honor, I am going.
Was not walking around with a pistol. It was in his car. What the fuck? He's making it up as he goes along. This should be shut down. The judge should be shutting this down. This is bullshit. Now I'm really getting mad.
Or that isn't there facts not in evidence.
Yes.
well, you want to
I'll overrule.
I mean, I don't know. Go back and, if he gets to put the video up and say, look, I do too.
Oh.
Go back and watch that.
Have you got a video of him packing? Have you? Yeah? Where is it?
All right.
No. Yeah.
What else, Well, at least in the video, you can say she's fully cooperative, right? And you would I think if a person is going to plan a murder like this, while he's on with 911, come on. Anyhow, if this person is going to plan that, I don't think they're going to be all, open to talk.
Well,
but she's doing the best she can.
Smart.
She tells him where the gun is, too, right?
Yeah,
this isn't. I don't know. Look, if she planned this, man, it's a train wreck. It's a train wreck.
Yeah.
And again, I can hear. You say, well, she doesn't have to have long to plan it. I don't know. There's no evidence of any premeditation. None. That you will be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about.
I beg to differ.
Let's bring Mr. Reasonable Doubt back in.
Yeah.
Somebody can't maybe be guilty, probably is guilty. Well, I don't know, I think 51 to 40. No. While I'm on it, reasonable doubt instruction says you have to have an abiding conviction of guilt.
Yeah.
When Mr. Alderman flashed that up there, he didn't talk about that, did he? Twice in that instruction, an abiding conviction of guilt. We're talking about ultimately a huge decision.
Shall I play the 911 call again?
Big time in your life. You've made them. Career, marriage, kids. This isn't
let's guilt the jury now. Let's just guilt them into not convicting her. Let's put it on them. Let's make them feel guilty. Yeah. Don't convict her. No, because it's a big decision. We don't want to muck it up. No. Yeah, there are stupid criminals. Absolutely. And she's right up there. And I'm sorry, but he surpasses that. And he's getting paid for it. He's living the dream. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I get paid for it. I got paid a shit ton for being a fuckwit.
Which soup spoon should I use? There's zero evidence in this case, zero evidence that could convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that this is premeditated. First degree murder? Come on, man.
Come on, man.
You know better.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Yeah.
Sustain as to, you know better, I'll strike.
Jury. No. Yeah.
All right. Again.
It's in my head too. You want to look over your shoulder on your own.
Where you want to find value in the interview. Well, I mean, I'll spend some time there with you. She says, I tried to block the door.
Ooh.
And again, it gets back to, you saw the size of this guy. You see his arms?
Sir. I just can't. I can't. So hang on. Yeah. He's even digging his own grave because he's about to say, she's claiming he pushes the door. He's trying to get into the house. Yeah. And she's blocking it and stopping him from getting in. And he's kicking her foot. But you see the size of his arms. He could have easily pushed that door open. And he probably could have. Had he been doing that? So you've just disproved your own theory. Then there's the 911 call that showed no arguments, no physical shuffling, no, Al, you kicked me, no, let me in, no, nothing. And then there's the trajectory of the bullets and, just the little 6 feet away from the door thing. And the fact that he says on the phone, she shot me. But there's absolutely no evidence.
Try to block the door. Listen to that audio, man.
Yeah, listen to the 911.
The whole thing's reaching a tipping point. And she's blocking the door, doing the best she can. I guess that's on his arm. No proof of that either. Anyway.
Yeah. Shut up.
All right. So she mentioned try to block the door, said he was coming towards me. All right. Well, I'll tell you how all that works.
It's a pirouette.
Mr. Alderman is not a reconstructionist. He's not an expert witness in this area.
No.
He's got it all laid out.
Common sense.
Got it all laid out. And
hello, mister.
What I would challenge him on is he flashes up here. First bullet here, second bullet here, third bullet here, fourth bullet here. Oh, really? How do you know which one was the first one? You know where that one went?
Doesn't matter. They all came from the back.
So
semantics.
That's a flaw. Additionally, he's looked at the entry wounds and he knows what those are.
Mm-hmm. That's because a medical examiner.
He knows how it all happened in there.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
one of those experts. What did an autopsy thingy and pretty much had a little look in there, had a glance, and assumed that was what happened because that's what medical examiners do.
He's your video, and we've got the audio, and let's wrap it up and go.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how long they took to deliberate.
The evidence is, and you don't need to be a reconstructionist for this, that there's a shot. How about
I just 4 shots.
Right?
Oh. I'm gonna speed him because he's shooting me.
He's not like, excuse me, to turn my back. It's not like, there's no evidence just here. It's just
turn your back.
The state would want you to believe that he's locked in the garage, grabs the gun, burst in. So, no evidence of that. No evidence of that. All right. I'm gonna have to bring this in for a landing.
For a 911 call.
Obvious one.
Yep, keep going.
The justifiable use of homicide. Self-defense. So stand your ground. Mr. Alderman spent some time on, it has to be an imminent threat.
Mm-hmm.
An imminent threat.
Well,
That's existed.
sitting on a cooler is pretty threatening. Like, that happened to me the other day, and I just freaked out. Someone sat on my esky, and I swear to God, I was just my life flashed before my eyes. Oh. It's not just me, is it? Is it? Because surely the shit someone else's bullshit detector is going off. Surely, and hopefully at least 12 of them in that room are.
For a while, right? I mean, if he's batters, call you battered me, rape me. I mean, it's fairly eminent. Even in her look, this is back to if you believe take any value whatsoever, because it's either you do or you don't with the interview. If you do, he was coming towards me. That's relevant to
a lie,
self-defense. The struggle relevant to the self-defense.
Proof where
defense of others, right? Also includes the children. She's gotten to a point there that look again, it's not going to surprise anybody that her concern is the kids. Let's talk about
no.
Well, I'm going to spend a little bit of time with you on Eric Kuhn again. It's just the dichotomy, that the police. I don't believe you. Good luck. Just talk to them. And then you have the sophistication of we're going to send 2 guys to Pennsylvania. We're not going to let them know. Oh, really? Why is that? Because we want to get. When I get them a little bit off guard.
What?
But then.
So they, in the investigation, the only person that heard her on the phone and heard what happened was her brother that lives in Pennsylvania. But, they only drove up there straight away because they wanted to catch him off guard, not because they're investigating a homicide. No, their ulterior motive was to catch him off guard.
The defense isn't running around with a James Bond camera talking to witnesses, catching them off guard.
I have to hold them off.
Fair trial. That's some trickery, man. That's some subterfuge.
Oh,
what was any of that?
Oh, goodness me.
When they were called to Bree's house. It just, look. He's just.
Just sit down. You're just making yourself look even
No, I was on the phone. I'm not a witness in this case. I hate to say I in front of a jury, particularly in a case like this. I was on the phone. I said, just walk it through. Just walk it through. Those officers didn't ask him a single question. A single question. Fly all the way up there. We're gonna do a little, little tactic, a little trick. We're gonna show up at 6 a.m.
Tactic. Let's do a little tactic investigate for once.
Unannounced. I mean, I don't know. I didn't start the whole thing off by, hey, just walk them through. They had no questions. And then the guy comes down here. Oh, how was it? She saved him. He's now saving her. He's going to be saved. And then he's ridiculed. This is kind of baffling. He's ridiculed ultimately. He didn't say this. He didn't say that. I wasn't asked. I was told to walk through it. Was it 3 days after he listens to an event? Probably an event that he's not going to have anything like that the rest of his life.
Yeah, so you'd think you'd remember it, wouldn't you?
We're going to use this stuff, man. We're going to use this stuff.
You mean testimony?
To convict your sister of first-degree murder. I don't know. I guess I should have spent more time with him.
Yes, you should shut up and sit down.
He said, 7 minutes, and then about this phone call. And then I said 45 minutes. And to go back to the exchange, it's really on me. He was called all day long, right? That's the other thing here. Why is she calling her brother all day long? Again, it's not what you see when the police are there.
This is what you got to say.
I mean, this is a day. This is a day. He's being called all day long. Anyhow,
deeper.
I just wanted to mention, that was probably more my fault. Okay, let's get to.
Oh, well, that.
I think. Let me just look.
Stop sniffing.
The problem sometimes is, as a lawyer,
You're a lawyer.
these and you say, I'm not going to
You're
change.
a big, tough, brute lawyer. Stop sniffling. Stop sniffling like a little sniveling child.
It's rabbits. What that means for lawyers is that when the state goes first, and anything they say, you go after, you take the bait. Sometimes it can look like you're adding credibility to it. But it's hard, right? It's hard.
Incredible coming out of your mouth. You may not
All right.
say the true word.
Let's get to the jury instructions. And then I apologize. I'm almost out of water.
Yeah, talking
That'll
shit.
get me to sit down and shut up. Killing with premeditation.
Oh, that's gold. I gotta go back. I gotta do that one. Yeah. That's the only thing I've enjoyed him saying. And I'm gonna play it at normal because I'm gonna get every bit of enjoyment out of that. I hope closed captions got it too, because I'd really like to screenshot that. Stop. All right, you ready? And maybe I'll turn it up so I can really, really hear it. And go.
And then I apologize. I'm almost out of water, so that's good news for you.
That's good news for you, yeah?
That'll get me to sit down and shut up.
That'll get me to sit down. Hey, I've got to screenshot that. Hang on. Yep, that's happening. That'll get me to sit down and shut up. With the CC. Oops. Hang on. And done.
Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so.
Yep.
All right. The decision must be present in mind. Present in mind. There's no evidence. There's no evidence of that. Now, fair enough. Fair enough. How can you get into somebody's mind? Well, the way that, the way it's done.
I would say private, because no one in their right mind would say this shit if they weren't getting paid a shit ton. Seriously. Like, and seeing the evidence.
Is if you want to know what was on someone's mind at the time, anytime, what do? What's the only thing you can do? Is you go back before.
No, you get an expert, maybe. Get them assessed.
And see if the before is consistent with what you are trying to allege or find out in terms of their mind. And then you go afterwards.
Yeah. Yep. She was a bitch before, and she was even bigger bitch afterwards. Sorry, she was a liar before, and she continued those lies.
I mean, clearly, the law wouldn't be the way it is if there was no way to prove it.
You've proven
Right?
nothing.
I guess ultimately, Mr. Alderman's like, well, there's no way to prove that. All right, fine. We'll go on, right?
You try to prove.
The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant.
No. Nuh-uh.
No, I mean, there's no evidence of any of this. Any of this.
Or remorse.
All right, we get to second degree, right? First degree is the low-hanging fruit. I mean,
Like your testicles. My bad.
no evidence, okay? There's no evidence of premeditation.
Really?
The second degree.
It's one thing to say that. You can say that all you like. You can say there's no evidence all day. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it true. I can say I'm a model all day. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it true. Why don't you show us why? Sir, why is this not true? Where is the evidence that disproves that? Perhaps. What? Oh, you didn't find any? Oh, okay.
The is number two, and you'll have these. I'm not a PowerPoint guy. I guess I should be, but I'm stumbling around with that probably.
Another one
Is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent.
Yep. Tick.
Back to the cycle that these two were on. What did she say in the interview room? And I don't care if she's in shock or not, frankly. She said about this. She says, he's my best friend. She tells her father, we had a good weekend. And while I'm on that, I don't know what weekend they're talking about. Right? There's good, there's bad. Where's the ill will, hatred, spite?
I
mean, it's got to be pretty obvious and pretty paramount to get us there.
Daddy, I killed my
All right, now, this is always tough for lawyers.
No, the one that I put his laptop in the computer and annoyed him for 2 days and then put 4 slugs in him. My best friend and that. The one I don't trust with my kids. It's my best friend.
Where you're going to end up, in my opinion. And look, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing,
man.
The jury room, it's like, I don't want to get too weird.
Don't describe it because I won't be there long.
Doesn't mean I'm weird by definition. That place it's a place where you can say what you want to say.
Yeah, like you're a fucker.
You can exchange things.
Did anyone believe that defense
And
story?
nobody is going to question it.
Mm-hmm.
People may have obviously they're going to be
I wonder what the first thing out of their mouth
interested,
is.
disappointed, or happy, or what have you. But there's not going to be any investigation. You're not going to show any math to anybody. You decide this case on all the evidence, and
don't
you apply your common sense.
Yeah.
And you're going to get down to manslaughter.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Collin Turner is dead.
Yep.
Bree intentionally committed an act or acts that caused
Yep.
the death of
4 of them, actually.
Collin Turner.
Mhm.
Well, that one doesn't fly either. And again, well, what are we talking about here? We're talking about, what am I going to say? Beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt, abiding conviction. Well, you know, this love of her life, and I get you, I can hear you. I can hear you. Really, it's the love of her life.
Yeah. No, no.
But
She was seeing the defense attorney.
it's a cycle, right? It's a cycle.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
And then, you know, why no ambulance for him?
Yeah, because
Why no ambulance?
She already.
So I'm not conceding manslaughter, but I would expect that's where you're going to, where you're ultimately going to end up. And
So all this
if you
is
do,
over
well, you do, but
premeditation.
it's absolutely not first degree murder. Absolutely. It's not second degree murder.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit all night.
I've already talked about justifiable, use of deadly force. I mean, there was a struggle, right? There was a struggle.
Nuh-uh.
And again, we don't know.
What sound effects have I got here to shut him up?
Garage, man. We don't know. All right. There's a couple little ones, and then we're gonna bring it in for a landing. We give you rules of the road in terms of how to evaluate witnesses. And one of those is, did the witness seem to have an interest in the outcome of the case?
Yep.
Well, we've got investigator Rowell, who's still here.
Oh, the police had something to gain now, did they?
He
I was
has
about the brother.
an interest in this case.
Yeah.
So when the government comes up and says, well, the only witness really that would have, a paramount interest is going to be Eric Kuhn. Well, I mean, he's sitting back there.
Yeah.
Sitting back there, man. I'm picking on him. God bless him. It's an open courtroom. But he's interested.
Yeah.
He's interested. So this whole, they're just doing their job. However you decided, they just, okay. No, he's interested. And I'll kind of close.
Please.
My son, I spoke at his wedding. And,
Oh, fuck. That would have been a joy.
yeah, you prepared to.
Are you going to cry now?
You ought to ask if I'm prepared to stop speaking.
Yeah.
So I do apologize to some degree for being repetitive, for weaving it through.
But I believe in my client so much that I just had to do it.
It's a passionate, affair.
Yep.
I get back to my oath, back to the responsibility.
Oh, this poor man.
At any rate,
what a burden.
Sympathy, feelings of prejudice.
Awful.
There's no place, right? There's no place. There can't be. There just can't be.
No.
In your deliberations, in terms of how you get there. I was so in shock from listening to the bullets. I mean, I feel sympathy.
Oh,
And listen,
I was so in shock because of the 4 bullets that I, used my finger to pull the trigger on. Just 4 4 times. I was so in shock.
This is no celebration of Collin's death, okay?
No.
The tragedy.
Yeah.
Under any circumstances. Right? This isn't necessarily Bree versus Collin. We're just going through the facts to determine what? To determine if the state can prove its case beyond and to the exclusion of any reasonable doubt.
Yep.
Now, I, like it or not, I think I've given it all I have. I think I've given it to
Applause.
Bree's family. I've given it to Randy, and most importantly, I think I've given it
He's got the sad
to
face
Bree,
now.
and ultimately to you.
Oh.
Wasn't the greatest closing of my life.
He is manipulating that jury like you wouldn't believe. What? I've no words. Sir, you should have been an actor because, well, no, that was even shit acting, but yeah, this is just. There should be some level of professional decorum instead of being a whiny little bitch. Oh my lord. Teresia? Yeah. I can't either. Unless I mute myself. But I literally want to rip his vocal cords out. He has used every manipulative tactic in the book.
But you know,
Sounds like he's going to cry now.
it really kind of comes down to, is this woman here a murderer?
Yep. Yep.
Or,
excuse me, yep.
Or,
yeah,
was she a person that was
she's not just a murderer, she's a dumb one.
protecting her children?
Nope. They were in the bedroom.
And got 0
points for intelligence.
0 help from the police.
Right.
And of course, ultimately, she was protecting herself, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it over yet? Let's get the
Try the
verdict.
case on the facts, the evidence.
Yep, but not the bullshit.
And you'll get there. You'll get there. You know, if there was any logic to any of this, the not guilty on this verdict form, it should really say not proven.
Cross that bit out. You don't need
That's
it.
what it's about. Can the state prove their case?
Yeah.
And those are some pretty, those are some pretty lofty elements. Again, against reasonable doubt. Again, with the presumption of innocence.
Mm-hmm.
So when you get there, it's all right. Just
About the
to say, look,
presumption of
man,
intelligence.
there wasn't enough evidence for this element or this element. This wasn't, this wasn't enough to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. When you look at the whole picture, the whole totality of circumstances, and in a minute, I'm going to be done, I promise. And Mr. Alderman's going to get up here, and he's going to say some bad things about me. Like, bad guy, but he's going to tell you that I was trying to sell you a bill of goods.
Yeah. That's a nice way of
He's going
saying
to say some bad things about Bree.
Yeah.
And, all I can say is, as I sit there and I hear what he's going to say, and I can't get back up, but you know what? I would if I could.
Yeah, I know you would.
And you know that.
Poor me. Poor me.
This case, it's not an easy case. It's not a she shot him. Let's go home. It's got it all figured out. No.
Think you might be wrong.
On behalf of Mr. Etheridge and everybody's excited. You can tell the landing gears coming out, right? On behalf of Mr. Etheridge, family, and ultimately Bree Kuhn, we want to thank you. We do. Taking a week out of your life.
Oh, look, he's giving them praise.
That's not it. That's not
Like
easy.
begging now. I'm begging you. Make the right choice.
I want to thank you in advance
Mm-hmm.
for following the law, going behind the evidence,
and finding her guilty,
and ultimately reaching a just verdict, given everything.
First degree.
Which is justifiably not guilty. Thank you. Alderman.
Sorry. Oh. Ooh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I realize the last thing you probably want to do right now is listen to another attorney. I promise you I'll keep this brief.
You don't even need to talk.
Mr. Barnes talked about that Collin was walking around strapped.
Yeah.
There is zero evidence of that. Okay, this case has nothing to do with Collin's gun. Nobody ever mentioned anything about that. He mentioned several times about shock. She's in shock. She's in shock.
No evidence of that either.
There's physical shock and emotional shock. Emotional shock is somebody threw me a surprise birthday party. I'm shocked. Physical shock is a response to something that has happened. She is not shocked of what happened. She is in physical shock about what has happened. He kept talking about a plan. I hope that every time he said that in your mind, you said, that is not required. Premeditation does not require a plan. The evidence shows this was a premeditated act. Physically, she had to go get her gun, come back, walk to the door with the intent of killing her husband. That's not a plan, but that is premeditation.
So it could even be she shot him once and he was still alive because he said on the phone, she shot me, and then chose to fire 3 more times. So that in itself is premeditation because she didn't finish the job on the first one. It's intentional. You don't, if you fire one and miss it or don't do the job and, oh my God, I'm in shock, you run away, you don't stand there and go, oh crap, that didn't do the job, bang, bang, bang. Okay, done.
She went to that door for one purpose, not to talk, not to argue, not to confront him, to kill him. That was her sole
One
intent.
word.
Your decision should be based on the evidence. If you have any lingering doubts or questions about what happened to Collin or what took place in that garage, there's a very clear answer.
Listen to the 911 call.
2 p.m. 45 seconds. Your fault emergency.
What did I say?
I've been out to my house twice today, and then most recently, the deputy talked to my wife into letting me in the house, and then she locked me in the garage, and I tried to break my arm, and I was trying to get back inside.
What's your address, sir?
618.
Just remember, listen for a struggle, for someone kicking the door, for maybe him doing a ballet dance pirouette away from said argument, the children crying in the background because she's dragging them away, according to the brother. And in all of that, a face that he was going to murder her, and then 4 shots in the back.
4 Kenks, Kenks Drive.
Oh, I can't wait to find out how long it took them
She's currently
to
got me locked
make a
in the garage
decision.
because earlier she broke both of the big doors, and then when I came out here to fix it after getting in the house earlier, she locked the door behind me. And then what I said,
Gets me every time.
What was that?
"You just got me."
She just shot it.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep.
Bree Kuhn murdered her husband, Collin.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's time for you to make that official. Found her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
Good job. Good job.
Members of the jury, in just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another.
Okay, so we are at the...
All right, if the attorneys will approach.
So the jury's gone out. It is at the 4-hour mark in the video. And we go. Right. That's an hour and a half. That's 2 hours. Oh, there's a judge. 2 hours. That might be a question. Let's have a look. 2 hours into deliberations. Where'd he go?
Everybody be seated. Okay, so they're coming into the building now. Okay.
Question or verdict? Waiting for the attorneys to come in. Come on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Is he like in the building?
He's,
Oh.
I'll go call him right now, Judge.
Okay.
he's in the back. He's in the back of one of the squad cars. They can't find him. Sorry, my bad. And waiting. Why are we waiting? Slowly deliberate. Come on. He was told to stay close, wasn't he?
Video of the Pennsylvania interview available for review? If it is, could we please review?
God damn it.
Okay, so for number one, any comments on that, Mr. Alderman?
No, sir. They have the jury instructions. I don't think we can really add to those.
All right.
I would agree, Your Honor.
Okay. So if I say, for question number one, I tell the jury, you must follow the instructions that I've set out before you. Is that, or you must follow the jury instructions as they are given?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's fine.
And I'll note with the word depraved, it is defined. It just is, I mean, depraved mind is defined in the jury instructions.
Yeah.
So,
That was the definition of a depraved mind. Oh, does that give you a hint?
I'm just going to say, I'm going to ask you to follow the jury instructions
All right. So then we have
that were submitted.
6.5 hour mark. Okay, so they go back half an hour, 1 hour. One and a half. Two hours. Well, so that's a total of 4 hours deliberation so far. Oh, tell me they're not packing up for the night. Come on. Come on. Bring the jury. I wouldn't be smiling, lady. Just quietly.
Okay, it looks like we just. Oh, you just got off the phone with Mr. Barnes? Okay. All right.
Just right again.
Sure.
Come on. Not only is he an idiot, he's a tardy idiot.
Courtroom. My understanding is the jury has reached a verdict.
Yes.
So let's bring the jury in.
Bring the jury. What do we reckon? What do we reckon?
Hold up before you do.
First degree?
Let me just say this before the jury comes in. For the people that are in the audience, I'm going to ask that you show no emotion regardless of
Glad you can't hear me then.
what the verdict is. If you don't think you can control your emotions, I'm going to ask you to step outside, and then somebody can go outside and tell you the verdict. Also, if you do not heed to these instructions,
bring the jury.
I'm going to give them an instruction.
You're the jury. Bring the jury. Bring the jury. Bring the jury. Come on. Come on.
The jury.
Woo! I'm going first degree. Absolutely. Yep. Premeditated first degree. That's my. If they go manslaughter.
Okay, everybody can be seated. Members of the jury, my understanding is you have reached a verdict. Is that correct?
Is that
Okay,
correct?
if you'll hand the verdict form to court security.
Yeah. Come on. Double time. And on your way back, taser. Defense attorney in the back of the head.
Madam Clerk, if you will publish the verdict.
Come on.
State of Florida versus Bree Kuhn, case number 21 CF 1301. Verdict. We, the jury, finds as follows as to the offense charged in the indictment. Guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as charged. So say we all, this 27th day of September 2024.
Good job. Good job,
Juror
jury.
number 109, AD, foreperson.
Do any of the attorneys wish the jurors to be polled?
I bet they do.
No, from the state, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you'll poll the jurors, please, by
Oh, you've got
number.
the sad face on now, have
Juror
you?
number
They didn't believe you.
185TR. Is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
I didn't believe you one little
Juror
bit.
number 198IO. Is this
Oh,
your verdict as well
yeah.
as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror number 77TS. Is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Hell to the yeah.
Juror number 263JJ. Is
Yeah,
this your
yeah.
verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Juror number 112AB.
And I'm sorry, but this is probably the first case that I actually believe proper justice was done. Yeah. Beyond any reasonable doubt, in my mind, anyway. And I'm so glad that the jury did not see through that absolute crock bucket of poop that he was spilling. Now, I wonder if they do the sentencing. I do have a sentencing video. Oh. Let me see. Oh, play would be good, Jody.
Juror number 109AD.
Yeah.
Is it?
We
That
believe you.
occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair about from those.
Yeah. Get to the sentencing. Come on. The jury's leaving. We got much longer on here. Oh yeah, it looks like there might be victim impact.
Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, is the state ready to proceed with sentencing?
Woohoo!
Yes, sir.
Is the defense ready?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Alderman.
Bye-bye, lady.
And if court security, if you could move the lectern back, or were you going to have them go on the witness stand?
It's up to you, Judge, however.
Come on. I actually think it's her parents, maybe, or his parents.
Ma'am, would you please state your name for the record?
Teray Turner.
And how are you related to Collin?
He's my son.
And you had prepared a statement that you
Absolutely,
wish to read to the judge. Is that
absolutely.
correct?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
No parole. Throw away the key.
Your Honor. This is a letter I never imagined having to write. When I think of the impact the loss of Collin has made on my life, it is difficult to put into words. The grief can wash over at any time. Of course, there are the expected times of grief, such as Mother's Day, his birthday, or the end.
Can you imagine having to sit through and listen to that 911 tape as a mother?
Anniversary of his death. There are also unexpected times, like a mother-son dance at a wedding, or when asked how many children I have. There is still a sense of unreality. I can't believe this has happened. I've watched my husband suffer as he misses his son. He is so proud to tell people that Collin was in his last semester of school for his degree in electrical engineering, following in Don's footsteps, and had been accepted into Johns Hopkins.
Sorry, I know I'm interrupting it, but if I was Collin's mother, I'd probably be sitting in her chair as well. I'd be sitting in Bree's chair with those facts and with that information. Yeah.
For his master's. Collin earned this degree online while being a stay-at-home dad following his retirement from the Marines. Our daughters have had the shock of unexpectedly losing their brother, and as a mother, their pain is my pain. But the greatest impact has been watching how this loss has impacted Collin's younger children, John, JP, and Lainey. We have custody of them and expect to raise them for the rest of our lives. It's been 3 years, and they're still fearful.
She was asking her father to take the kids, so his parents got them. That's the ultimate you to her. Double. Double hockey sticks. What I shouldn't say.
That we will die and leave them once again without parents. They worry that if we bicker, one of us may kill the other. They still ask if we have guns in the house, though they know the answer is no. No matter how many times we remind them that killing a loved one is very rare, their reality.
That alone, the effect on those children hearing that is enough for max sense. Absolutely.
Tells them differently. We talk about their dad often, but they'll never really know him as they were so young when he was killed, only 3 and 4 years old. And now, not only has Bree Kuhn killed our son, brother, father, but she's done her best to destroy his reputation.
Yep.
I know Collin was not a perfect man. There is no such thing, but he was not the evil man she described.
Nope.
He was a man who loved his wife and tried his hardest to make things work. He loved his children, retiring from the Marines early so he wouldn't miss any part of their young lives. And now he's not there for them at all due to Bree's actions. We believe Bree would do anything to get her way. She killed our son because he wanted custody of the children, and I believe she would kill again. Our hope is that Bree will receive a life sentence without parole. We plan to adopt JP and Lainey and give them the security to know they don't need to worry about changing families again.
Good.
Our faith has carried us along this journey, and we know the Lord will continue to carry us. He is willing that all should repent and be saved from their sins, including Bree. That is also our hope, that she would be made new in Christ and have eternal life with him. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions, Mr. Etheridge?
No question.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Donald Turner.
And how are you related to Collin?
I'm his dad.
And you had prepared a statement that you wanted to read to the judge, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you also bring some pictures of Collin that you wanted to show?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Won't be nearly as polished as my wife. Bree has deprived the world of a loving son, brother, father, grandson, friend, and leader in the first few days after Collin died. And since then, we have been so blessed with all the people that reached out to us and said how Collin had impacted them in such a positive way. Neighbors, Marine friends, people we had never even met. We saw the love that he gave to the world. And the world desperately needs loving leaders like Collin now more than ever before. We call this God's light in the darkness. The darkness has not won. We know how this movie ends. The light wins. Hallelujah. There's the Marine that never dreamed of going to college, who is now about to complete his engineering degree, all because Collin gave him the confidence that he could do it. There's the Marine that would not accept payment for work on Collin and Bree's house because he was honoring Collin. And there's the Marine that told of a time that he overheard a conversation between Collin and me. We were having a very casual conversation, and the Marine said, "Who are you talking to?" And he said, "That's my dad. He's my best friend." "12 Marines traveled from as far as California
Stop it.
to attend Collin's memorial. We were blessed with a son for 33 years, and I
Oh, stop. What are you going on?
know many people are not that fortunate. So many stories of people working with Collin and saying he was the best leader they ever knew. He was only 2 classes away from completing his electrical engineering degree. And I'm happy to say that his school granted his degree posthumously, and I will have that hanging on my wall forever. He had already been accepted into a master's degree program in electrical engineering. And oh, the love that he has for those kids. Kylie, Brody, JP, and Lainey are thriving. As the song says, if love is an ocean, they are all drowning. Collin even took on the challenge of homeschooling Bree's daughter, Kylie, during COVID. He always treated Kylie like his own daughter, as we treat her as a granddaughter today. Neighbors of theirs told us they never saw Bree doing anything with the kids, but Collin was often playing with them. Bree's parents told us more than once that Collin was the best thing that ever happened to her and helped with her stability. When we first heard of Collin's death, without hesitation, we knew we had to care for JP and Lainey. I'm happy to say they are thriving. They're doing well academically and in their citizenship. They're surrounded by church, neighbors, friends that love them deeply and will do anything.
And you know what? I bet you she ain't. I bet you she ain't.
Anything for them. Collin's friends keep in touch with us and offer whatever they can do to help the kids. My prayer for them each night is that they will know God, love God, serve God and his children. I'm confident that Kylie, Brody, JP, and Lainey will make a loving impact on the world. All our family ever tried to do was love on Bree and make her part of our family, but she couldn't accept that for some reason. Bree has never once showed remorse to us, sympathy, empathy, comfort, or consolation. If Bree were to go free at some point, I am concerned for our lives. She's continued to have an adversarial relationship with us, and I believe she would seek out to murder us as well.
Oh.
Her personality is such that she must win at all costs. I have the same fear for Collin's son from another marriage, Brody. Most important part of this whole letter, of one thing I am certain, we serve a God that loves us so much that he gave his son to make a way that we could spend eternity with him and with our loved ones. I am confident that I will spend eternity with Collin. Our prayer is that God would make himself real to Bree and her family, and that she will join our eternal family.
Ooh.
I have some pictures, Your Honor.
Okay. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Alderman, do you want this as part of the record?
Mr. Turner? Sorry. Yes, Judge, if you want to make those part of the
Okay,
record.
we'll admit those as,
Victim impact statements.
yes, as impact statements, yes. Mr. Alderman?
No other witnesses from the state, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Etheridge, Mr. Barnes?
No, we have no evidence to present to the court.
Okay.
Judge, and this is Teray's victim impact statement.
Okay, all right.
She's already read. I'll make that part of the record.
Okay, we'll make this additional victim impact statement part of the record. Okay, anything else from either attorney?
No, from the state, Judge.
For the evidence or testimony.
Okay. Having been found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, the court imposes the following sentence. We're going to adjudicate her guilty, sentence her to life in prison. There'll be $518 in mandatory court costs, a $210 fine, for a total of $728. She would credit for all time served. That's the judgment and sentence of the court. She has 30 days in which she can appeal. If she cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for her. Anything else from any of the attorneys?
No, from the state, Judge.
Life without
Okay.
parole.
Court is adjourned.
Good job. Good job. 1 second. 1 second. Let me. Where is it? Okay. Where is it? There we go. Hang on. Just hold your horses 1 second. 1 second. I have ooh. Okay. Save. Leave. All right. Let me oh, absolutely. All right. Let's get rid of that. Enough of that. Enough of that nonsense. That's just nonsense. Hang on. I've got one little thing I want to bring up. Where is it? I can share it. Let me see. Oh, come on. Where'd it go? Hang on. The hell did I save it? Oh, maybe it saved it in videos. Huh. I did. Who's on an idiot? Okay. Ready? Ready? What? Okay. Lost it. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna have to open it in something else. Give me 2 seconds. I can't let that go. That. Oh. Open with media player. Okay. And that full screen. Okay. Why is it fitting? Video settings. Zoom to fill. Oh, oh, whoa. Crap. Please start it now. I don't want to Zoom to fill it because that made it. It won't even let me. I'm just going to have to upload it. You're just going to have to. You have to wait 5 minutes, and I will upload it as a short. Oh, let's get rid of this crap here, and let's get rid of that. And let's go back to there. Well. I'm quietly pleased with that. Quietly pleased. No, actually, no, I was very loudly pleased with that. If you couldn't all tell, yes, didn't believe for 1 second that she was a poor battered life by any means. And you watched my reaction and commentary with the Ashley Benefield trial, so I'm not biased. So life without parole. So that's, I think it's a minimum of 42, isn't it? Is that right? And she's been in 3 already for time served. And what is she? She's 30s. So, well, there's no parole. So, well, it's life without parole. Bye bye. Ta-da. Hasta la vista. Be a good cellmate. You're going to get even paler in there because you won't be getting much vitamin D. Let me give you the tip. All right. Well, that was pretty satisfying, actually. It was worth watching. It was actually an interesting trial. I enjoyed that. Well, apart from the defence closing, but yeah, that was a good one. So, the plan is Monday. I'm tipping we'll have jury selection for another defendant for Miss Boone. I won't start another trial. What I'll be doing is this. Okay, sweetheart, you have an hang on before you go. Happy birthday. Enjoy your chill day. Have a great one, sweetheart. Have a great one. Enjoy. And thank you for being here. So I will be the burnt husband trial that I'm sleep trialing, which will be starting in about 15 minutes. So I just let it run whilst I'm in bed. I actually caught a bit of it yesterday. I caught a bit of the son's testimony. And it sounds really, really interesting because I haven't watched it. So I might actually start watching it a bit later over the weekend. So Monday, I'm not going to start a new trial. I'll be continuing to sleep because I think it's a 2-week trial, the Burned Husband one. So that I'll be just running every night without any commentary. And I think I found some letters we can go through. The letters that Sarah Byrne sent into the court on Monday, if you like. We can also see if there's anything else as far as a tie update goes, and I've got some awesome compilations of canine takedowns. So we've got a bit of stuff to keep us occupied whilst Miss Fussy Britches chooses her, 16 fact finders. All right then. So thanks for joining us, for me. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the commentary. Thanks for putting up with my tanties. I'm pretty shy and reserved, and I am what I am. It is what it is. So have an absolutely amazing weekend. Stay safe. Stay warm. Make good choices. And get lots of rest. And Kelly, chill, eat, sleep, drink. That's it. Birthday rules. All right, my lovelies. Until then, I shall bid you adieu. Oh, check out my new outro. Bye-bye.